Yo, what's up everyone? It's Fiction Blue, and today we're checking out Harry discovered a hidden apparition rune under the floorboards at age 6 and landed directly inside Gringotts' main hall. Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Stone Beneath the Dark. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 8 steps long if you counted from the door to the back wall, which Harry had done approximately 4,000 times. He knew this because counting was something to do when the dark pressed in too close and the sounds from the rest of the house were too loud, Uncle Vernon's laugh booming through the floor like a rolled barrel, Aunt Petunia's heels clicking kitchen tiles in that sharp, disapproving rhythm, Dudley's feet thundering overhead like a small and very angry rhinoceros had taken up residence in the living room. Counting kept Harry's mind busy. Counting meant he wasn't thinking about how hungry he was, or how the bruise on his shoulder had gone from purple to a sickly greenish yellow, or how tomorrow was Monday and Monday meant school and school meant Dudley's gang and Dudley's gang meant running. Harry was very good at running. He was also very good at being quiet, at making himself small, at noticing things other people didn't notice, like the way Uncle Vernon's left eye twitched when he was building to something nasty, or the way Aunt Petunia's mouth went thin and flat before she said something cruel dressed up as a fact. He noticed when the post arrived before anyone else did and quietly removed any letters addressed to him before they could be intercepted, not that there were ever many. He noticed the exact creak pattern of the stairs at night, which 3 steps to skip and which angle to hold his body so the door to the kitchen didn't squeak. Noticing was what kept him safe. Noticing, and being invisible. He was 6 years old and he'd already understood, in that deep wordless way children understand things that adults think are too complicated for them, that the world of number 4, Privet Drive had a set of rules that had nothing to do with fairness and everything to do with power. The Dursleys had it. He didn't. Until that changed, the smart thing was to learn as much as possible and say as little as possible and wait. Harry was very good at waiting. He'd been awake for an hour in the dark, listening to the house settle into sleep, before he finally shifted on his thin mattress and pulled his knees to his chest. The overhead shelf, the one Uncle Vernon had built badly, listing slightly to the left, held 3 books from school and a stub of pencil and nothing else. The floor beneath the mattress was bare boards, which Harry had catalogued as thoroughly as a surveyor. The third board from the left wall, 2 feet from the door, had a split along its grain. The fourth one had a wobble. The fifth one had, until 3 weeks ago, been exactly like the others. 3 weeks ago, Harry had been hiding from Dudley. This was not unusual. Dudley and his friend Piers Polkiss had developed a game they called Harry Hunting, which was exactly what it sounded like, and Harry had learned which routes through the house and garden offered the best escape corridors. He'd been backed into the cupboard, Dudley had shoved him, hard, and Harry had gone sprawling across his own floor and his hand had come down on the 5th board with his full weight and something had happened. Not the cracking of cheap wood. Something else. A sound like a note struck on a very deep bell, felt more in the chest than heard with the ears, and the board had shifted sideways instead of down, sliding on some hidden channel in the subfloor, revealing a space about the size of a shoebox, lined with what looked like cloth that had been black and was now just a faded nothing color. And in the cloth, a stone. Harry had heard Dudley thunder past the cupboard door, had heard Petunia calling him for a biscuit, and had sat very still with his hand over the hidden space, not moving, barely breathing, until the house sounds moved away. Then he'd reached in and picked it up. It was flat and circular, about the size of his palm, his small, 6-year-old palm, so perhaps 4 inches across and half an inch thick. Dark gray stone, almost black, with a surface that was smooth on one side and carved on the other. The carving was a single symbol. It wasn't a letter from any alphabet Harry had seen in school, though he was a sharp reader and had gone through every book in the classroom twice. It was something older looking, angular but somehow flowing, like someone had tried to draw a door and a spiral and a compass all at once and found a way to make them one thing. When Harry touched the carved side, his fingers went warm. Not the warmth of something that had been sitting in a warm space, it had been hidden in a cold subfloor. Not the warmth of friction. The warmth started at his fingertips and moved up through his palm and into his wrist, and for exactly 3 seconds it felt like holding his mother's hand, except Harry didn't remember his mother's hand because he'd been 15 months old when she died and he had no memories of her at all. He knew this because the Dursleys had told him she was a drunk who died in a car crash, along with his father. He knew, the way he knew about the stair creaks and Uncle Vernon's eye, that this was a lie. He didn't know what the truth was yet. But the warmth in the stone felt like the truth, somehow. Like something that recognized him. He'd hidden the stone under the false board and gone to bed and spent 3 weeks thinking about it. Tonight, something was different. He'd woken up at 1 in the morning with the kind of certainty that has no explanation, the certainty that tonight was the night to do something. He sat up on his mattress in the dark and pulled the stone out from its hiding spot and held it in both hands in the dark, carved side up, and looked at the symbol he couldn't see but could feel with his thumbs. The warmth came immediately. Stronger tonight. Like something waking up. Harry had spent 3 weeks thinking about the stone, and what he'd thought about most was the way it made him feel, not afraid, which was new, because Harry was afraid of quite a lot of things in a very practical sense, the way you're afraid of a car when you're small and standing in the road. He was afraid of Uncle Vernon when he drank. He was afraid of the look Dudley got before he threw something. He was afraid of Mrs. Figg's cats and the way school lunch on Fridays smelled and the recurring dream where all his teeth fell out. He was not afraid of the stone. The stone felt like his. More than that, and this was the part he'd turned over and over in the dark for 3 weeks, examining it from every angle his 6-year-old mind could manage, the stone felt like a question waiting for an answer. A door waiting for a hand. He thought, away. Not as a word, exactly. More as a feeling. As an intention. The same feeling he got sometimes when Dudley's gang had him cornered and then suddenly, inexplicably, he'd be somewhere else, on the roof of the school, once, which had been deeply confusing for everyone including Harry. The teachers had been very cross and Harry had been unable to explain it and had resolved very firmly to never think about it again, which had worked until this moment. The stone pulsed under his hands like a second heartbeat. Harry thought, away. The world folded. It was not like anything he had words for, and he was a child who'd read enough to have a decent stock of words. It was like being turned inside out except it didn't hurt. Like the moment between a sneeze and the sneeze itself, stretched to fill all of space and none of time. Like being everywhere at once and then being, suddenly and very specifically, somewhere. He hit marble floor hard with both knees. The impact was real and immediate and painful, and Harry sucked in a sharp breath and blinked in the sudden, overwhelming brightness after the total dark of his cupboard. He was on his hands and knees on a floor that was white and green marble in a checkerboard pattern that seemed to go on forever. Above him, far above, a ceiling that was all pillars and arching stonework. Around him, torches, dozens of them, in iron brackets, burning with a clear gold light. In front of him, teller counters that stretched along an impossibly long hall, all dark wood and polished brass, and behind them, creatures. Harry had read enough, fairy stories, library books, a battered encyclopedia Dudley had discarded, to know what goblins were supposed to look like. The Dursleys had never mentioned magic, so the context he had was entirely fictional. But the creatures behind the counters were close enough to the books that some part of his brain sorted them into a category before the rest of him had finished processing the marble hall and the torches and the fact that he'd just folded himself through space using a stone he'd found under his floor. They were shorter than adults. Long fingers, dark sharp eyes, faces that were arresting rather than ugly, all planes and angles and an expression of collective alertness that reminded Harry, immediately, of the way he watched people. Like they'd made a habit of noticing everything and trusting nothing. 3 of them had already stopped what they were doing and were staring at him. Harry looked back. A long moment passed. The hall was vast enough that his arrival, a small boy dropping out of nowhere onto the marble, had not yet drawn the attention of the entire room. A few of the human-looking people moving between the counters hadn't noticed. The goblins had. Harry got to his feet. His knees hurt. He was wearing his pajamas, which were Dudley's old ones and therefore enormous on him, the legs pooling around his feet, the collar hanging off one shoulder. He was barefoot. He had the stone in his right hand, warm and humming very faintly, and he pushed his round glasses up his nose with his left index finger. "Excuse me," he said, to the nearest goblin, whose dark eyes were fixed on him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. "I'm sorry to bother you. Could you tell me where I am?" The goblin's eyes dropped to his hand. To the stone. Then back up to his face. Then, and this was interesting, Harry thought, to his forehead. "You are in Gringotts Bank," the goblin said. Its voice was like gravel over stone. "The Wizarding Bank. Main atrium." A pause. "You arrived by apparition." "I think so," Harry said. "I've never done it before." "Is that what it's called?" Another goblin had appeared at the first one's elbow. Then a third. They were not hostile, Harry knew hostile, had a very finely calibrated sense for it, but they were intensely watchful, in a way that felt more like assessment than threat. "Boy," the first goblin said carefully, "what is your name?" Harry looked at them. Then he looked down at the stone in his hand. Then back up. "Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." The silence that followed was a different quality of silence from the kind that had preceded it. One of the goblins behind the counter made a small sharp sound. Two others appeared from behind a door Harry hadn't noticed before. At the far end of the hall, behind the grandest of the counters, a very old goblin with white hair and an expression like carved rock had gone absolutely still. The first goblin, the one who'd spoken, straightened. It was a subtle shift in posture, but Harry noticed it the same way he noticed everything. "Stay exactly where you are, Mr. Potter," it said, with a precision that suggested it was not making a request. "I will return in a moment." It moved away quickly, toward the old goblin at the far counter. The other two stayed, watching him with those sharp dark eyes. Harry watched them back. He looked around the hall, really looked, now that the first shock had settled into something manageable. The counters went on further than seemed reasonable. The ceiling had channels in it where some kind of light ran that wasn't torchlight, something cooler and bluer, like moonlight trapped in stone. At the far end, enormous doors. Somewhere beneath his feet, he could feel, or thought he could feel, a deep, steady vibration, like something enormous and sleeping. "Are there dragons under there?" he asked the nearer goblin. The goblin blinked. "What?" "I've read that Gringotts has dragons in the vaults." "Can you actually feel them?" "Because I think I can feel something. More like a vibration than a sound." The goblin stared at him for 3 full seconds. "You," it said slowly, "are a very unusual child." "I know," Harry said, not particularly bothered by this. "Most people find me strange. I've gotten used to it." The old goblin was making its way across the hall. Up close, he was ancient in the way of mountains, the kind of old that implies continuity rather than decay. His eyes were black and sharp as new flint, and he moved with the deliberate economy of someone who had never wasted a motion in his very long life. He stopped 6 feet from Harry and looked at him the way Harry sometimes looked at an interesting beetle, with complete attention and genuine curiosity. "Ragnok," said the first goblin, by way of introduction. "Director of Gringotts." Harry nodded. He didn't feel the need to be intimidated by titles. He looked at Ragnok and Ragnok looked at him. "You Apparate," Ragnok said. It wasn't a question. "Yes." "How old are you?" 6. Something moved in Ragnok's expression. Not shock, exactly, it was too controlled for that, but the faint seismic shift of someone who has predicted something and still finds the reality startling. 6-year-olds cannot apparate, Ragnok said. It requires a license. Training. Years of practice. The magic itself. He stopped. His eyes dropped to Harry's hand. "What is that?" Harry held it up. The stone caught the torchlight and the symbol carved into it seemed, for just a moment, to shift and breathe. Ragnok went very still. Then, slowly, he looked back at Harry's face. At his scar. At his glasses. At the oversized pajamas and the bare feet and the general impression of a child who had not been eating enough and had not been sleeping enough and had arrived in the main hall of the most secure bank in the wizarding world via impossible magic with no shoes and no explanation. "Come with me," Ragnok said. The office was nothing like the hall. The hall was grand, built to impress. The office was built to work, every surface covered in ledgers and instruments and things that ticked and whirred with a quiet mechanical life. A fire burned in an iron grate, efficient and smokeless. 2 chairs faced the desk, low-backed and plain. Ragnok went behind the desk and sat. Harry took one of the chairs and sat in it with his bare feet hanging several inches above the floor, which was a little bit undignified, but he was 6, so there wasn't much to be done about it. "Tea?" Ragnok said. "Yes, please," Harry said, because Aunt Petunia's training on this point at least was good, and also because he was cold and hungry and the word tea had immediately been very appealing. A small copper pot appeared on the desk, along with a cup that was the right size for a child. Harry poured for himself because no one reached for the pot and he'd learned early that waiting for things meant not getting them. Ragnok watched all of this. Harry could feel him watching, and didn't mind. "The stone," Ragnok said. "May I see it?" Harry considered. "You can look at it. I'd rather hold on to it." Another small shift in Ragnok's expression, something that might, on a different kind of face, have been called approval. He leaned forward across the desk and examined the stone in Harry's hand without touching it. "This is a runic apparition anchor," Ragnok said. "I have seen 2 in my lifetime. Both were potter-made." Harry looked down at the stone. "My parents made it." "One of your ancestors." The potters were runic craftspeople before they were anything else, before the wars, before Peveril, before. Ragnok stopped. His jaw worked briefly. "The point is that this is a family piece. Ancient. The magic in it responds to potter blood and potter will. To use it, you would have needed to want to move and have a destination, at least some picture of where." He paused. "Where were you trying to go?" Harry thought about it. He looked at his cup of tea. "Away," he said. "Just away. Somewhere safe." He frowned slightly. "I've been in this building before, I think. When I was a baby. I don't actually remember it, but maybe the stone does." Ragnok sat back in his chair. He was quiet for a moment, in the way of someone sorting through many thoughts at speed and choosing which to say first. "Harry Potter," he said. "Do you know who you are? Me, specifically? Or in terms of what the wizarding world thinks?" Ragnok's eyebrows moved. "Both. I know my parents died when I was little. I know people in this world apparently know my name. I know there was some kind of war and something went wrong with the man who killed my parents and people seem to think it had something to do with me surviving." Harry drank some tea. "I don't know much more than that. My aunt and uncle don't talk about it. I've been piecing it together from," he paused, because from the way adults go quiet when they look at me sounded odd even to his own ears. "Context clues." Ragnok looked at him for a very long moment. "You are the last heir of the ancient and noble house of Potter," he said, with a careful formality that felt like something being unlocked rather than recited. "Your family had vaults here, 4 of them. An educational fund, a trust for your guardianship period, the main family vault, and a sealed archive vault which can only be accessed by a Potter by blood with proof of identity." He paused. "You also have a legal status problem. The Dursleys," Harry said. "Albus Dumbledore placed you with a Muggle family under a guardianship arrangement that was never properly filed through the Wisengamot or through Goblin contract law. From our perspective, it has certain," Ragnok's mouth did something precise and sharp, irregularities. Harry thought about this. He thought about what irregularities meant when used by someone who had clearly already formed an opinion on the matter. He didn't have the right to do that, did he? Harry said. It wasn't quite a question. He had considerable political influence and a habit of acting on it. Ragnok folded his hands on the desk. Whether it was legal is a different question. What would be legal? Harry asked. If I wanted to, if there were other options. Legally. Ragnok looked at him. Then he did something Harry had not expected, he almost smiled. It was a very small thing, barely a movement at the corners of his mouth, but it was there. Goblin law, Ragnok said, recognizes the independence of magical minors in certain circumstances. If a minor heir can demonstrate magical maturity, defined as successfully completed magic of significant complexity, unaided, and if there is a responsible party willing to act as custodian, or if the heir themselves can demonstrate sufficient access to resources and protection, he stopped. You apparat at 6 years old. You activated a runic anchor of Potter make. In Goblin law, that qualifies. Harry was quiet. He drank more tea. He put the cup down very carefully. I want to see my family's records, he said. That would require identity confirmation. What does that involve? Ragnok opened a drawer in his desk and produced a small shallow bowl, white stone, very plain, and a quill with a gold nib. He placed them on the desk between them without explanation. Harry looked at the quill. Then at Ragnok. My blood. A single drop. It confirms lineage through our records. Harry took the quill. He pressed the tip against his left index finger, not hard enough to draw blood, he'd never done this before, and he examined the tip first, which was sharper than a sewing needle. Then he pressed firmly and hissed very slightly at the sting and let 3 drops fall into the bowl. The blood hit white stone and spread and the color changed, not the dull red of blood but something brighter, almost gold-tinged, and in the spread of it letters formed, written in a hand that wasn't his, names and dates and connections, a family tree drawn in living ink. Ragnok read it. His expression did something complex and private. He reached across and turned the bowl so Harry could see. Harry read his own name at the bottom, Harry James Potter, b. July 31st, 1980, and above it James Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans, and above that Harold Potter and Euphemia Potter, and above that going back further than Harry had expected, branching and spreading into names he didn't know but would, he thought, learn. The Potter line, Ragnok said quietly, is older than the ministry by 400 years. Older than Hogwarts as a formal institution. The current ministry would prefer this fact remain obscure. Why? Because the Potters had legal claims to things that were taken from them during the war. Rights. Seats on the Wisengamot that were suspended. Property. Political influence that was quietly redistributed. He met Harry's eyes. Your arrival here tonight is either the worst-timed accident in my lifetime, or the stone knew I needed to come, Harry said. The room was quiet. Ragnok stood. Come with me, he said. There is a room here, we have accommodations for certain clients. You will sleep. Tomorrow, when the day's shift begins, we will start the formal process. There are things you should know and I would rather tell them to you when you are not barefoot and half asleep. Harry stood up from the chair and tucked the stone into the pocket of Dudley's enormous pajama bottoms, where it sat warm against his hip. Thank you, he said. Do not thank me yet, Ragnok said, moving toward the door. I am a banker, not a benefactor. Everything here has a cost. I know, Harry said. That's fine. I'm not looking for charity. He followed the ancient goblin through a door at the back of the office, down a corridor lit with those blue channels of light, and into a small room that had a bed with actual blankets and a window that looked out onto a moonlit London street, and Harry sat on the edge of the bed and held the stone in both hands in the dark for a moment. He thought about Uncle Vernon, who would be asleep with no idea. He thought about the cupboard with its 8 steps and its creak and its split 5th floorboard. He thought about the bruise on his shoulder, greenish-yellow, fading. He thought about names written in living gold on white stone and a family tree that went back 400 years before the ministry and further still. He put the stone on the bedside table, where he could see it, where it was close, and lay down on the best bed he'd ever been in, which wasn't saying much but was saying something, and pulled the blankets up. He was 6 years old and he had just operated into Gringotts Bank and met the director and confirmed his bloodline and started something that could not be unstarted. He was not afraid. He closed his eyes. Outside, London breathed and rumbled in the dark. Somewhere across the city, in a tall thin house on a square, Albus Dumbledore sat up in bed and felt the faint resonance of very old protective magic shifting, the kind of shift that meant the subject of the magic had moved, significantly and permanently, and the monitoring charms he'd placed on number 4, Privet Drive had recorded the departure but not the destination, and would not, could not, find the boy. He sat very still for a long time. Then he dressed and went to his fireplace and began making calls. Back in the small room above Gringotts, Harry Potter was already asleep. The morning came with the smell of something cooked, actually cooked, real food, not the scraps that were left after the Dursleys had finished, but a full plate sitting on a tray outside his door that had eggs and toast and a bowl of porridge with honey, and Harry ate every scrap of it sitting cross-legged on his bed in the early light coming through the window. Then he picked up the stone, tucked it into his pocket, and went to find Ragnok. The director was already at his desk, several ledgers open in front of him, reading something that he set aside the moment Harry appeared in the doorway without any of the shuffling and hiding things that meant you didn't want someone to see what you were doing. He'd been expecting Harry, apparently, and had nothing to hide from him, which Harry registered as another point in the Goblins column. "Sit," Ragnok said. "There is a great deal to discuss." Harry sat. He put his feet on the floor this time, a different chair, lower, and folded his hands in his lap and looked at Ragnok with the quiet, intent attention that adults usually found unnerving in a child. "First," Ragnok said, "you should know that your disappearance from Privet Drive has been noticed." Albus Dumbledore made 17 inquiries through various magical channels between 2 and 4 in the morning. "He has not found you and he will not find you here. Gringotts is warded against monitoring magic by any party, including Ministry, including Dumbledore personally, but he is aware you are gone and he is not happy." "Good," Harry said. Ragnok's eyes moved to him, briefly. "Good. If he put me there on purpose, then him being unhappy about me leaving seems right." Another of those small seismic moments in Ragnok's expression. "Very well. Second," he opened a folder on his desk, "I had our records team pull the Potter files overnight. I want to go through them with you. Some of what is in here will be difficult." "Okay," Harry said. He didn't move. He didn't fidget. He looked at the folder. Ragnok opened it. "Your father's estate was transferred into holding at the time of his death, to be managed by Gringotts until you came of age. This was James Potter's arrangement, made when you were born. Unusually, he anticipated, perhaps more than anticipated, perhaps knew, that something might happen. The instructions he left are very specific." He slid a piece of paper across the desk. "This is a letter. He wrote it when you were 3 months old. It was to be given to you." Ragnok paused, examining the paper, "upon your first appearance in Gringotts after your 5th birthday." Harry looked at the paper. It was sealed with dark wax, the impression of a stag stamped into it. His name was written on the front in a handwriting he'd never seen before, Harry, just that, just his name, in his father's hand. He picked it up. He turned it over. He didn't open it, not here, not yet. He tucked it into the pocket opposite the stone. "There are more letters," Ragnok said. "From your mother. Also a series of documents relating to your legal status, your financial holdings, and certain properties that remain in your name." He pulled another sheet from the folder. "The most significant property, for our current purposes, is a townhouse in Edinburgh, the Potter family's secondary residence, maintained by a standing household charm that has been running uninterrupted since 1978. It is habitable. It is heavily warded. It is, under Goblin law and the terms of your father's estate, yours, not held in trust, not managed by a guardian. Outright. The deed passed to you at the moment of your father's death. Harry stared at him. I own a house. You own several properties. The house in Edinburgh is the most immediately useful. I'm 6. You are an orphaned magical heir with demonstrated magical maturity and a formal goblin-recognized claim to your estate, Ragnok said, with a precision that felt like each word had been chosen specifically. In our law, you are not 6 years old in any relevant sense. You are the head of an ancient house. The distinction matters. Harry was quiet. He was thinking. Ragnok could see him thinking and waited. I want independence, Harry said. Legal independence. Whatever that means in Goblin law, I want to start the process. I want to not go back to the Dursleys. He paused. And I want to understand everything. My family's history, my legal status, my vault records, the properties, the Gringotts seats you mentioned, I want to understand all of it. A pause. I know I'm 6. I know some of it will take time. But I want to start. Ragnok looked at him for a long moment. His protection or actual protection? That, Ragnok said, with something that was definitely satisfaction, is the question. I don't need anyone to protect me, Harry said, I need someone to help me understand the rules. Once I understand the rules, I can handle the rest. Ragnok stood up, slowly, and went to his office window and looked out over London for a moment with his hands clasped behind his back. Your father, he said, without turning around, said something similar to me when he was 19 and opened his personal account. He sat in that chair and told me he didn't need advice, he needed information, and once he had the information he'd make his own decisions. He turned around. He was right. He was one of the best clients I had in a century. His black eyes moved to Harry. He would have been proud of you. Harry held very still. The words hit somewhere deep and he didn't let them show on his face, not because he was ashamed of being moved by them, but because this felt private, not for display. He breathed in. He breathed out. He nodded once. Then let's start, he said. What's first? Ragnok pulled the ledger toward him and began to talk, and Harry listened, and outside the window London went about its morning with no idea that in a small office above the deepest vaults in the country, a 6-year-old boy was quietly, methodically, beginning to claim what was his. Chapter 2, What the Vaults Remember. The first thing Harry learned about Gringotts was that it had a smell. Not unpleasant, nothing like the damp sock and cabbage smell of the cupboard, or the aggressive floral of Aunt Petunia's cleaning products. Gringotts smelled like old stone and cold metal and something else underneath, something mineral and deep, like rain-soaked earth at the bottom of a very long hole. Harry decided he liked it. It smelled like a place that took itself seriously. Ragnok had assigned him a guide for the morning, a younger goblin named Griphook, who had the particular energy of someone who had been told to do something they found beneath them but was professional enough not to say so. He was small even by goblin standards, with quick clever eyes and a habit of speaking in clipped sentences, like words were currency he didn't want to overspend. Vault access, Griphook said, leading Harry through a corridor behind the main hall, requires formal identity registration first. Your blood confirmation last night was sufficient for internal records, but the vault keys need to recognize your magical signature. This way. Harry followed, the stone warm in his pocket, his bare feet silent on the stone floor. He'd been given shoes at some point in the morning, goblin-made, which meant they fit perfectly despite no one measuring his feet, and were plain dark leather that laced up the ankle. A change of clothes too, simple and dark, which fit in the same improbable way. He had the impression someone had been sent out very early to acquire them, which meant Ragnok had planned for his continued presence here before Harry had even woken up. He filed that away. Ragnok was several moves ahead, which was fine, so was Harry, generally. Two people being ahead wasn't a problem as long as they were moving in the same direction. The registration room was small and hexagonal with a low ceiling and 6 walls all covered in engravings that overlapped and interlocked until the eye stopped trying to separate them. In the center, a plinth, waist-high for an adult and therefore chest-high for Harry, with a flat top inlaid with a single rune, not the same as the one on his stone, but in the same family of symbol, angular and flowing at once. Right hand, flat on the surface, Griphook said. Think about yourself. Who you are, where you come from. The plinth does the rest. Harry put his hand on the plinth and thought about himself, which was an odd instruction but he did it straightforwardly. Harry Potter, cupboard under the stairs, 8 steps, privet drive, number 4, the stone in his pocket, the names on the blood-written page, James and Lily, stag in dark wax, Harry in his father's hand. The rune under his palm lit gold. Held. Then the light traveled up through the engravings on the walls in a wave, following channels he hadn't noticed, and the room hummed at a frequency he felt in his back teeth, and then it stopped. Griphook looked at a small device he was holding, brass, like an elaborate compass, and his expression shifted slightly. It was subtle. Harry caught it. What did it say? Harry asked. It confirms your identity and magical signature. Griphook tucked the device away. And it flagged something. What kind of something? Griphook looked at him, clearly weighing how much to say. Something that isn't in our standard records. An additional magic. Old. He turned and moved toward the door. Ragnok will want to know. Come. Harry followed. Is it the scar? Griphook stopped. Turned. Looked at Harry's forehead with sharp, careful eyes. You know about it? I know it's there. I know it's not normal. I don't know what it is. Harry shrugged with a practicality that was more adult than 6. I've been trying to work it out. It feels odd sometimes. Like a noise you can't quite hear. Griphook was quiet for a moment. Then he turned back and walked faster, which Harry read as, "This is for Ragnok, not for me." Ragnok listened to Griphook's report with his hands folded on his desk and his expression unreadable. When Griphook finished and left, closing the door behind him, Ragnok sat in silence for a moment. Harry sat across the desk and waited him out. The registration plinth, Ragnok said carefully, identifies magical signatures. Yours has 2. Harry considered this. The scar. What do you know about the night your parents died? A man named Voldemort killed them. He tried to kill me. Something happened, something went wrong for him. He disappeared. I survived. Harry looked at the desk surface, thinking. People act like it was a miracle. I don't think it was a miracle. I think something specific happened and nobody wants to say what it was. Ragnok looked at him steadily. You are correct that it was not a miracle. What happened on that night involved a magical construct, very dark, very old, that failed in an unprecedented way. He paused, choosing his words with the precision of someone diffusing something. There is a branch of dark magic that involves the splitting and anchoring of a soul to an object. The soul fragment persists in the object and prevents the caster from dying completely while the fragment survives. Harry was very still. And you're telling me this because the plinth found something. The failed magic on that night, when the killing curse rebounded, appears to have created an unintended anchor point. Ragnok met his eyes without flinching. You are carrying something in your scar that does not belong to you. The room was quiet. Harry thought about the noise he couldn't hear, the feeling of something in the scar that had always been slightly other, slightly not him. He'd assumed it was a scar. Just a scar. Scar tissue felt different, even he knew that. Can it be removed? He asked. Eventually. Not today. Not safely, not without preparation. Ragnok's voice was even, but Harry heard something careful in it, not dishonesty, but the carefulness of someone delivering difficult information to someone small. The magic involved is complex and the removal would require, I'm not upset, Harry said, which surprised even himself as he said it. I mean, I am, a bit. But it's useful information. Better to know. He looked at the desk. We added to the list of things to deal with. Ragnok looked at him for a moment. Yes, he said. We added to the list. He opened his desk drawer and produced a key, long, brass, ornately made, with a small lightning bolt worked into the bow that Harry assumed was accidental until he looked more carefully and decided it wasn't. This is your trust vault key. The educational fund and the primary trust. There is enough there for your immediate needs, accommodation, supplies, school when the time comes. He produced a second key, heavier, darker. This opens the main family vault. I would suggest you visit both today. A pause. The archive vault requires something additional. What? The vault itself will tell you. He held out both keys. Are you ready? Harry took the keys. They were warm in his hand, not the living warmth of the stone, but the warmth of metal handled many times, old and familiar. He put the smaller key in his left pocket and curled his fingers around the larger one. Yes. The cart was more extraordinary than anything Harry had experienced yet, which was saying something given the night he'd had. It launched from the platform at a speed that shoved him back into the seat and the world became darkness and rushing air and the blur of stone walls streaked with those blue light channels, and the track twisted and dropped in a way that made his stomach do something complicated. Griphook drove with the ease of someone who found the entire enterprise tedious, which made it worse somehow, that the most exhilarating thing Harry had ever experienced was routine for someone else. They passed other vaults, doors massive and small, some flush with the rock, some set back in alcoves, some with elaborate ironwork and some that were just rough stone with no visible seam at all. The air got colder as they descended. Then they leveled out and the cart slowed and Griphook said, "Trust vault," without looking up. The first vault was fine. It had gold, more than Harry could have conceptualized before this moment, a pile of coins that reached the ceiling in places, and he stood in the doorway and looked at it with the detachment of someone who's already moved past shock into pragmatics. He took a leather pouch from Griphook without being asked and filled it with enough coins that it was heavy but manageable, and didn't take more because he didn't need more today, and taking more than you need is wasteful, which was one of the things Aunt Petunia had accidentally taught him that was actually useful. Then they went down again. Much further. The temperature dropped to something that wasn't cold exactly but was very still, like air that had been undisturbed for years. The blue light in the walls faded and the torches in the cart brackets burned hotter to compensate. The main family vault door was 12 feet high, black iron with runework across every inch of its surface. The key went into a lock that seemed to be in a different place each time Harry looked directly at it, and then the door swung inward on silence, no creak, no groan, just the smooth precision of something perfectly made. The vault was not primarily gold. There was gold, a great deal of gold, more than the trust vault, accumulated over generations. But it was in one corner, almost incidental. The rest of the space was something Harry hadn't expected. Shelves. Floor to ceiling, organized in a way that wasn't immediately obvious, not alphabetical, not by size, but by something he couldn't quite name, some organizational principle that became clearer as he moved into the space. His feet made no sound on the stone floor and Griphook stayed by the door. Books. Hundreds of them, some enormous and chained to the shelf, some small and hand-stitched, some that moved gently in ways books shouldn't move. Cases of sealed letters, organized chronologically by the look of the labels. Instruments he didn't recognize, strange beautiful things of glass and silver. A standing mirror, framed in dark wood, that showed his reflection but also something else behind him, not a ghost, not a threat, just a shimmer that felt like a crowd of people who loved him and he couldn't quite turn around fast enough to see. Weapons. A sword in a glass case, long and plain, no ornamentation except a single rune on the blade. A bow, unstrung, in dark wood with a grain that shifted in the torchlight. A set of knives in a case that he looked at for a long time before moving on. Maps. Rolled maps in a rack like wine bottles, dozens of them, labeled in cramped handwriting. A desk in the center of the space, with a chair, and on the desk a single object, a journal, open, with a quill laid across the page as though someone had just set it down and gone to get a cup of tea and would be back in a moment. Harry went to the desk and looked at the open page. The handwriting was the same as the letter in his pocket. His father's. October 30th, 1981, it said. And then below that, if you are reading this, and if it's you, Harry, then we did something right, at least about the vault, then I have some things to tell you. The most important things first. Your mother and I love you. We have loved you every moment you've existed and we will keep loving you past the point where loving is something we're capable of. If you're in this vault, then something has gone wrong in the world and you found a way to the one place I know will tell you the truth. Harry stood very still. He read it twice. Then he sat down in his father's chair, which was too big for him, and kept reading. Dumbledore means well. I say this knowing it isn't sufficient. Meaning well is not the same as doing right, and I have watched him make decisions about other people's lives with such absolute certainty that I've sometimes wondered if the certainty itself is the problem. He will want to protect you. He will have a plan for you. Harry, listen to me, you are not a plan. You are not a piece on a board. You are a Potter, which means you are stubborn and clever and you have the most extraordinary mother anyone has ever had, and you do not have to be what anyone else has decided you should be. The stone in the floor, yes, we put it there. Your great-grandmother made it, your grandmother hid it in the house when the war started getting bad, and your mother reworked the rune when you were born. It's keyed to Potter blood and it responds to genuine need. If it brought you here, you needed to come here. Trust it. Trust the goblins. Ragnok in particular. I know that sounds like strange advice from a wizard, but the goblins have never lied to me about anything and I cannot say the same about every wizard I've trusted. There are things in this vault that will help you. The books on the third shelf from the left, eye level for me, chest level, probably, for you, I'm sorry, I know you're young, start with those. Your grandfather's notes on runic theory. Your great-aunt's work on magical law. These are not light reading but you are not a light reader. Peter Pettigrew is alive. This is the most important practical thing I can tell you. Sirius did not betray us. We changed secret keepers at the last moment, my idea, my mistake, my fault for thinking cleverness was the same as wisdom. If Sirius is in Azkaban, which I am afraid he probably is, he is there wrongly. Fix it if you can. I am so sorry I can't be there. I love you, Harry. We both do. Dad. Harry sat in the too big chair in the vault that was full of his family's collected life and held his father's journal in both hands and was very, very still. He didn't cry. Not because he wasn't moved, he was, in a way that had no simple name, something vast and warm and terrible all at once. But crying felt like the wrong response to a letter like this. Crying was for grief without direction. This was grief with direction. With a list. With a plan. Peter Pettigrew was alive. Sirius Black was innocent. He set the journal down gently, exactly as he'd found it, and looked around the vault. His family's life, boxed and shelved and stored. Waiting. He got up from the chair and went to the third shelf from the left, which was indeed chest height, and ran his fingers along the spines until he found the section his father had described. His grandfather's runic theory notes, 12 journals, battered and annotated in 3 different hands, which meant multiple generations had used them. His great-aunt's work on magical law, 2 thick volumes, very formal, but with handwritten notes in the margins that were occasionally quite rude about specific ministry officials, which made Harry like his great-aunt immediately. He took both. He went back to Griphook at the door. I need a bag, he said. A proper one. I want to take some things. Griphook produced one from somewhere. Goblin spaces were architecturally flexible in ways Harry was beginning to understand were a form of magic in themselves, and Harry spent 40 minutes moving through the vault with the focused efficiency of someone who has limited carrying capacity and unlimited need. The journals. Selected letters from the organized cases, the ones labeled in his mother's handwriting specifically. The maps that seemed most relevant, which he selected by some instinct he didn't examine too carefully. He stood in front of the mirror for a moment before leaving. Looked at his own reflection, small, dark-haired, glasses slightly crooked, wearing goblin-made clothes that fit him for the first time in his memory. The shimmer behind his reflection had people shapes. He couldn't make out faces. He didn't try. He just stood there for a moment, feeling the vault around him, the weight of accumulated years and love and intent, and then he nodded once at the mirror and turned and walked out. The archive vault was different. Deeper than the main vault, colder, and the door had no keyhole at all. It was a flat panel of something that wasn't stone or metal but something between, dark gray, warm to the touch despite the cold air, the same color as the stone disc in his pocket. "This one," Griphook said, stepping back, "is yours to figure out." Harry looked at the door. He took the stone out of his pocket and held it in his palm. It was already warm, already resonating, and as soon as he stepped within 2 feet of the vault door the carved symbol lit up with the same gold as last night, the same gold as the blood registration. He pressed the stone flat against the door. The door thought about it. Harry could feel it thinking, not like a person, like a system, checking against some criteria. His blood, his magic, the stone's magic, something else, some combination he didn't have words for. Then it opened. The archive vault was smaller than the main vault, barely larger than Ragnok's office, and it contained exactly 3 things. A pensieve, a stone basin with silver mist moving in it, standing on its own pedestal. A locked chest, narrow and long, with a bloodlock on the clasp. And a letter, on a stand, sealed with both his parents' wax impressions, the stag and the doe, side by side. Harry went to the letter first. Broke both seals. Read it standing up. It was shorter than his father's journal entry. His mother's handwriting, precise and slightly hurried, like she'd been writing fast. "Harry, this vault holds 3 things. The pensieve has memories, mine and your father's. Start with the ones labeled truth, which are at the top and will be warm to the touch. They are the things we saw that we couldn't prove and couldn't say out loud to anyone without being dismissed. The chest has your inheritance in the non-material sense. Open it when you're ready. You'll know what ready means when you get there. The pensive memories about Dumbledore, please watch them with someone you trust. Don't watch them alone. Find that person first. We thought we had more time. We didn't. I'm sorry. You have our eyes, apparently. Everyone who sees them says so." Harry read the letter and then folded it and put it carefully in his bag with everything else. He looked at the pensieve for a long moment. Then he looked at the chest. Then he looked at the door, where Griphook was waiting with the patience of someone being paid for their time. "Can this vault be locked again after I leave?" Harry asked. "Yes. It will seal automatically. And no one else can get in. No living person. The bloodlock responds only to direct Potter lineage." Harry nodded. He left the chest where it was. He left the pensieve where it was. He walked out of the vault and it sealed behind him with a sound like a soft exhalation. He would be back. But some things needed the right moment. Ragnok had lunch sent to his office, which was where Harry had come to feel most settled in this strange new environment. There was something about Ragnok's cluttered, purposeful space that felt like a place where things actually got done. He ate and read at the same time, which Aunt Petunia would have been horrified by, but Aunt Petunia was not here, and the reading was his grandfather's first runic theory journal and it was genuinely riveting, which was a word Harry had used in a book report once about a story involving pirates and had later decided he hadn't fully understood until now. His grandfather wrote like a man who was excited by everything, with exclamation points in the margins and little sketched diagrams crowded into the corners, and his theory of runic interaction, the way 2 or more runes could amplify or transform each other in complex ways, was laid out with an elegance that made Harry keep having to stop and think before moving on. Not because it was confusing, but because each new idea was so interesting he wanted to follow it before he lost the thread. "You're reading Fleamont's notes," Ragnok said, appearing in the doorway with his own lunch, which he carried himself and set on the desk with no fuss. "They're brilliant," Harry said. He was eccentric, terrible at punctuality, absolutely brilliant. Ragnok sat down. He invented a hair care potion that made him wealthier than most of the old families, which they never forgave him for. He invented a hair product. Sleek Easy's hair potion. You've never heard of it. It wasn't a question. No, you wouldn't have. Your aunt would not have stocked it. Something flicker in Ragnok's eyes. The Potter fortune is not only the result of centuries of accumulation. Much of it is commercial. Your grandfather was a pragmatist. Harry liked this. He liked it very much. He went back to reading while he ate, and Ragnok ate in comfortable silence across the desk, reading his own ledger, and for a few minutes the office had the quality of a room where two people understood each other well enough not to need constant conversation. "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said, without looking up from the journal. Ragnok set his fork down. "Yes. My father said he's alive. And that Sirius Black is innocent." "Your father wrote that in his journal?" "He left it open on the desk in the vault." Harry turned a page. "I think he wanted me to find that specifically. He could have left a note, he left the letter, he was capable of summarizing, but the journal was open to that entry. He wanted me to read it in his words." Ragnok was quiet. "There's a way to prove it," Harry said. "Isn't there?" "Legally." "There are avenues," Ragnok said carefully. "Gringotts has certified certain forms of magical evidence in Wisengamot proceedings before. Blood magic in particular, magical oaths, lineage tests, certain kinds of—" "Pettigrew was a wizard," Harry said. "He would have had a Gringotts account. If he faked his death, those records might show, his account was dormant, not closed," Ragnok said, and Harry heard the precision of that. Ragnok had already checked. "Which is unusual for a man who is supposed to be dead." "Someone's been maintaining it," Harry said. "Or it's been maintained automatically. Either way, a dead man's account doesn't stay dormant, it goes to next of kin, or it gets closed. The fact that it's dormant means, someone with access to it chose dormant status," Ragnok said. "Yes." Harry put the journal down. "Can you find out who?" "Not without a Wisengamot order or the cooperation of the account holder." Ragnok folded his hands. "But there are other avenues. A formal inquiry filed by the Potter estate, as the party most damaged by events related to the Pettigrew question, would give us legal standing to request a review of the Black case. And a review of the case would require a presentation of evidence." He paused. "Evidence which was never actually presented. Sirius Black was never tried." Harry stared at him. "He was never tried. He was sent directly to Azkaban. Bartemius Crouch Sr. made the decision personally, in the immediate aftermath of the war. It was irregular, to use the most polite available word." "Irregular," Harry repeated. He thought about a man in a prison, a man who was innocent, who had never been tried, who had been in Azkaban since Harry was 15 months old. He thought about his father's letter. "Fix it if you can." "I want to start the process," Harry said. "Whatever the legal filing is, I want to start it. Today." Ragnok looked at him steadily. "It will draw attention. Dumbledore will hear about a Potter estate filing within days." "Good." Harry picked up his grandfather's journal again. "Then he'll know where to find me and I won't have to wait for him to stumble across it on his own. It'll save time." The corner of Ragnok's mouth moved. "There is one other thing we need to discuss today. The Edinburgh house. And your living situation more generally. You cannot stay in Gringotts indefinitely, I know." Harry considered. "I want to see the house. Can we do that?" I can have the estate management team check it is fully functional. It will need provisions, food, basic necessities. I can do that. I have money now. He gestured at the pouch from the trust vault. Can someone take me to Diagon Alley this afternoon? After we file whatever needs filing. Ragnok appeared to consider the potential complications of a 6-year-old wandering Diagon Alley. Then he appeared to remember that this 6-year-old had apparat into his bank lobby last night. Griphook will accompany you, he said, with the air of someone who had decided supervision was a compromise rather than a restriction. He will ensure no one takes undue advantage. And the emancipation paperwork? I have already had our legal department begin drafting it. Ragnok slid a document across the desk, several pages, dense text, with multiple seals already affixed at the bottom. You need to read this carefully before you sign anything. I will not ask you to sign something you don't understand. Harry pulled the document toward him and began reading. He read every word. He asked questions about 3 clauses he didn't understand and Ragnok explained them without condescension or impatience, treating each question as sensible and worthy of a full answer. He identified one clause that seemed to limit his ability to make certain financial decisions without goblin oversight and he said, politely but firmly, that he wanted that clause modified or removed, and Ragnok looked at him for a moment and then picked up a quill and crossed it out and initialed the margin and said, fair. The legal filing for the Black Case Review Harry read in 20 minutes and it was dense with formal language but the core of it was simple. The Potter estate was formally challenging the legitimacy of the imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black on grounds of procedural failure, specifically the absence of a formal trial, and requesting a full case review by a reconvened Wisengamot panel. The filing cited 3 goblins as witnesses to relevant vault records and requested the right to present magical evidence. Harry signed it with the Potter estate seal, which Ragnok produced from his drawer, a ring, old, dark metal, the stag rampant, sized for an adult but which fit, when Harry slid it onto his middle finger, as though it had been made for him, and left a perfect impression in the wax Ragnok provided without being asked. He looked at the ring on his hand for a moment. Then he filed it away somewhere internal and got up. Diagon Alley, he said. The afternoon was cold and the alley was alive with the kind of controlled chaos that Harry, who had spent his life watching systems, found immediately interesting. People moved with purpose, storefronts in colors that had no business being that vibrant, the smells of something caramelized and something herbal and the metal and feather smell of Elop's Owl Emporium competing with each other in the November air. Nobody looked at Harry. He had expected this to be a problem, his scar, his name, the incident the night before, but Griphook had produced a hat, plain grey wool, from somewhere and Harry wore it pulled low and the scar was covered and he was, to any casual eye, just a small dark-haired child with goblin escort, which was unusual enough to perhaps attract a look but not a look that connected him to anything specific. He felt the invisibility like a familiar coat and moved through the alley looking at everything. He went to Madame Malkin's first and was measured for clothes that would fit him, which was a new experience, having a witch fuss around him with pins and tape and say things like, oh, very slight, aren't you, in a well-meaning way that implied she'd noticed his thinness and chosen not to comment on it directly. He went to Flourish and Blots and spent a long, genuinely happy time in the stacks, selecting books with the careful methodology of someone who is spending real money for the first time and wants to get it right. He got more advanced than the books he knew he'd need for Hogwarts. He would need those too, but those he could get anytime, and what he wanted now were the books he couldn't find in a regular library. A comprehensive runic theory text to supplement his grandfather's journals. A history of magical law that didn't appear to have been written by someone who thought the ministry was above criticism. 3 volumes on ancient magical theory. He also got a novel about a wizard detective, because it looked like fun and he was 6 and fun was allowed. He went to an apothecary and bought the most basic supplies, not for potions specifically, but for the general knowledge that having certain things on hand was prudent, and a first aid kit that was magical in nature and contained things he didn't fully understand yet but intended to. Then he stopped in front of Ollivander's. Griphook appeared at his elbow. You won't be getting a wand today, the goblin said. I know. He won't sell to under 11s. Harry looked at the shop window, the single wand on its velvet cushion, the faded sign. I'm just thinking. About? I can do magic without a wand. Obviously. He touched the stone in his pocket. I'd like to understand that better before I add a wand into it. My grandfather's notes say that wandless magic and wand magic interact in complex ways if you haven't sorted out your core technique first. Griphook looked at him. You're planning your own magical education. Someone has to. Griphook was quiet. They walked on. At the end of the alley, before the leaky cauldron's back entrance, Griphook said, without preamble, the second signature on your plinth reading, the one from the scar. Ragnok told you what it is. Yes. And you're not frightened. I'm not frightened, Harry said honestly. I just don't see what being frightened would change. He looked up at the goblin. Are you frightened of it? Of what I'm carrying? Griphook appeared to be genuinely considering the question. No, he said finally. I am concerned about the political implications. There is a difference. There is, Harry agreed. They went back through to the leaky cauldron and then out into Muggle London, and Harry walked with Griphook to the goblin-keyed apparition point that would take them back to the bank, and the afternoon light was turning orange and long in the way of November, and London smelled like exhaust and frying onions and the river somewhere underneath everything. Harry thought about the archive vault. The pensive. His mother's instruction, find someone you trust first. Sirius Black, if they could free him. That was the answer. He didn't need to think about it very hard. His parents had trusted Sirius absolutely, enough that the switch had been meant to protect him. His father's letter had said fix it. His mother had said find someone you trust. Two instructions that led to the same place. He went back to Gringotts as the sun finished setting, carrying bags of books and the ring on his hand and the stone in his pocket, and ate dinner in Ragnok's office while they reviewed the filed documents one more time and the old goblin told him what to expect in the coming days, Dumbledore's likely response, the Ministry's likely response, the press's likely response, if any of this leaked, which it probably would. Dumbledore will come, Ragnok said. In person. Probably within a week. I'll talk to him, Harry said. I'm not afraid of him. Ragnok looked at him over his cup. He is very persuasive. I know. Harry met the old goblin's eyes. But he persuaded my parents to use a secret keeper and change it at the last minute, and my father admitted in his journal that it was Dumbledore's suggestion. And Sirius has been in Azkaban for 5 years without a trial, and Dumbledore is the head of the Wizengamot. He paused. He could have called for a trial. He didn't. The room was very quiet. No, Ragnok said. He didn't. Harry put his cup down. Then whatever he says to me, I'll listen. But I've already decided what I think. He went to bed in the small room above the vaults with his father's journal and his mother's letter and his grandfather's runic notes spread around him on the blankets, reading in the light of a lamp that burned blue-white, clean and steady. Outside, somewhere in the city, an owl landed on a certain street called Privet Drive and found an empty cupboard and returned to its sender with the letter undelivered, and the sender sat in his office at the top of a tall tower and looked at the blue light of a distant city and thought about the nature of plans and the uncomfortable unpredictability of people who refuse to follow them. Below the city, in the deepest vaults, things old and patient continued to exist, and wait, and remember. Harry read until midnight. Then he put the books aside and lay in the dark with the stone on his chest, warm as a hand, and thought about the mirrors that show you the people who love you when you can't turn around fast enough to see them. He thought he could hear them, almost. He closed his eyes. Chapter 3, The House on Candlemaker Row. The Edinburgh house found him before he found it. That was the only way Harry could describe it afterwards. The way the city seemed to tilt slightly as Griphook led him through the cobbled close off the Royal Mile, the way the November air smelled different on this particular street, wood smoke and something older underneath, something that made his chest feel like a tuning fork that had been struck. He was half a step ahead of Griphook when he stopped in front of a narrow townhouse wedged between a bookshop and what appeared to be an extremely ordinary insurance office, except that when Harry looked at the space between those two buildings directly, there was nothing there, a gap, a sliver of shadow, nothing else. When he looked at it from the corner of his eye, there was a door. Dark green paint, brass knocker in the shape of a running stag, 3 stone steps leading up, a window on each of 3 floors above it, curtain from inside. Completely invisible if you expected it to be there. Perfectly visible if you weren't looking for it. Harry walked straight up the steps and touched the door handle and the house exhaled, that was the only word for it, a long slow release of held breath, and the door opened. Said Griphook, from the pavement, looking at the door that hadn't existed until Harry touched it. The ward recognition is keyed to blood. It opened for you immediately. Yes, Harry said, and went inside. The entrance hall was dark but not unpleasantly so. High ceiling, dark wood floors, a staircase going up with an iron banister that had leaves worked into the metalwork, small neat leaves, repeated up the length of the rail. A hat stand with nothing on it. A mirror in a tarnished frame that reflected Harry perfectly, which was a relief after the vault mirror's shimmer. A smell of old house, dust and wood and stone, but not staleness exactly, not the smell of abandonment. More like the smell of somewhere that had been waiting. He moved through the ground floor. A sitting room with furniture under dust sheets, a fireplace big enough to stand in, built-in shelves empty but dusted, a window that looked out, when he pulled back the curtain, onto the close below, which from this angle revealed itself to have the house in it perfectly clearly. He'd been walking past the wrong angle, apparently. A dining room, small and practical. A kitchen at the back, cold but functional, with a window onto a tiny walled garden that was winter-dead and quietly determined looking, the kind of garden that was waiting for spring with patience rather than defeat. He went up the stairs. 3 bedrooms on the first floor, a bathroom with deep tiles in dark green and cream, a separate room that appeared to have been a study, desk, empty shelves, window seat, a single candle in a holder on the sill that lit itself when Harry walked in, apparently deciding this was required. The second floor had 2 more rooms. One was empty. One had a locked door that opened to his hand the same way the vault had, without a key, just recognition, and inside was another study, smaller, and the shelves in this one were not empty. These were his mother's books. He knew it immediately, not from any label but from the feeling of them, the same recognition as the stone, as the vault letter, as the handwriting on the cases in the archive vault. Lily Evans Potter's personal library, moved here at some point, before, he thought. Before everything went wrong. These were books she'd wanted safe, wanted preserved, in the house that was warded and hidden in secret. He stood in the doorway of his mother's study for a moment. Then he stepped in, ran his fingers along one shelf without pulling anything out, and stepped back out and closed the door. Not yet. Some things needed the right moment. He was getting better at knowing which. Back in the kitchen, he found Griphook making a list. The household charms are intact, Griphook said, without looking up. Heating, cleaning, basic preservation. The wards are in excellent condition. They were last renewed in 1979, which means they've been running on accumulated power for 6 years, which tells you something about who cast them originally. He looked up. Your mother. I assumed. She was remarkably talented. Griphook's tone was dry as always, but there was something in it, not warmth exactly, but recognition. The wards she put on this house are the equal of anything Gringotts has in its outer perimeter. And she was 20 years old when she cast them. Harry looked around the kitchen. Cold, waiting, nothing in the cupboards. I need provisions, he said. And I need to get the heating running properly. The charm seems to be working but it's not up to temperature yet. And I need someone to deliver the books from Gringotts. He had left the bags from Diagon Alley and his vault hall with Ragnok for safekeeping overnight. And, he stopped. And? Griphook said. I need a room. A proper one. He looked at the ceiling, upward through floors, thinking about the bedroom layout. The one at the back of the first floor. That'll do. Griphook made a note. Furniture will take, I'm not fussy, Harry said. A proper bed. Not enormous. Bookshelves. A desk. Practical things. You're 6, Griphook said, not rudely but with the precision of someone double-checking a fact. I know, Harry said. I still know what I want. Griphook made another note. Delivery today, then. I'll arrange it. Ragnok will want you to keep daily contact while the emancipation filing is active, a mirror or a message system, your preference. Harry thought about it. Mirror. I don't want anything going through the owl post at this stage. Smart. They arranged the logistics with the economical efficiency that Harry had come to appreciate about Griphook's manner, no small talk, no padding, no unnecessary softening of practical realities. By noon, a Gringotts delivery team had arrived through what Harry discovered was a small flue connection in the kitchen fireplace, hidden behind a false brick that only revealed itself when the hearth was lit. They brought his bags, a bed frame and mattress in parts that assembled themselves with the brisk magic of people who did this professionally, a set of bookshelves, a desk, a chair, bedding that was plain and warm and the right size. Griphook left in the mid-afternoon, with a communication mirror tucked under Harry's arm and a list of contact instructions and the repeated assurance, which didn't sound like reassurance, which made it more reassuring, that Gringotts was monitoring the filing situation and would alert Harry immediately if there were any developments. The house settled around him into quiet. Harry stood in his new kitchen and made himself a cup of tea with the tea supplies he'd bought in Diagon Alley and stood at the kitchen window looking at the winter garden and felt something he didn't immediately have a word for. It took him a while, turning it over, examining it the way he'd examine an interesting stone or a difficult passage in a book. Safe. He felt safe. Not the absence of immediate threat, he'd felt that before, the relief of the cupboard door being shut between him and the Dursleys. This was something different and much larger. This was a place that knew him. That had been built for him, in some future sense, by people who had loved him enough to think this far ahead. This was safety that had walls. He finished his tea and went upstairs and started arranging his bookshelves. 3 days passed in a way that was entirely new to Harry, purposeful, quiet, his own. He organized the books by the way his grandfather had organized the vault shelves, which took him 2 full days to decode properly, but once he understood it, the logic was beautiful, not by subject but by relation, by how each book connected to the ones next to it, so that reading one naturally led to the next and the whole shelf was a conversation rather than a collection. He cooked for himself. Simply, mostly, because he was 6 and had learned to cook at the Dursleys but had never had free access to ingredients, so his repertoire was limited. He discovered he could make eggs well, and soup adequately, and toast in an almost infinite variety of configurations, which was fine for now. He read. He worked through his grandfather's first runic journal and moved to the second. He read the magical law book, which was dense but had a structure once you found it, like a legal argument that had been constructed with genuine care for its own internal logic. He read the first volume of ancient magical theory and had to stop repeatedly to think about what he'd read, which he took as a sign of quality. He practiced. This was the most important thing, and the thing he was most careful about. His magic, the raw, wandless magic that had been expressing itself in bursts and accidents his whole life, was something he'd always treated as a liability, something to be controlled and hidden. His grandfather's notes suggested a different relationship was possible. Runic theory, at its core, was about intention and structure, giving magic a shape to follow rather than letting it express itself formlessly. Harry sat in his bedroom in the mornings with his grandfather's notes open on his desk and tried to apply theory to practice. The first thing he could do reliably was move objects. He'd always been able to do it accidentally. Things flew to his hand when he wanted them, fell when he didn't want them near him. Learning to do it deliberately and precisely was about finding the intention underneath the wanting, the specific clean thought rather than the general feeling. It took a day and a half of work before he could move a cup across the desk to his hand without the cup wobbling or going wide, but when he managed it the first time he sat back and let out a long breath that felt like something unclenching. Then he tried harder things. The heating charm his mother had left in the house was deteriorating slightly in the upper floors. The study on the second floor was colder than the rooms below. Harry examined the existing charm the way his grandfather's notes described examining any existing runic work, not by looking at it but by feeling the shape of the intention behind it, the original thought that had set it running. Then he added to it. Not replaced it, not overhauled it, added to it, a small precise extension of what was already there, the way you'd add a carefully matched piece to an existing puzzle. The temperature in the study came up within an hour. The charm continued running as it had before but slightly fuller, slightly warmer. Harry looked at his own hands after, which felt slightly different, not tired exactly, but used, the way muscles feel after good exercise. He noted in his own journal, he'd started keeping one, a new one from Diagon Alley, plain and dark, that extending existing charm work felt less costly than creating new, and that his mother's casting style and his had more in common than was probably coincidence. On the fourth day, things started happening. The first thing was a letter. It came through the kitchen floor on a Tuesday morning while Harry was eating scrambled eggs, a scroll tied with Ministry of Magic purple ribbon, addressed to the Potter Estate care of Gringotts, which had been forwarded on. He untied it and read it while he ate, because nothing in his manner of handling it suggested he should stop eating. It was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A formal acknowledgement of the Black Case Review filing. Dry, administrative language, the matter is under review, appropriate authorities have been notified, a preliminary hearing will be scheduled pending Wisengamot availability. 3 seals at the bottom, one of which had a small smudge that someone had tried to smooth out, suggesting whoever had applied it had been doing so in some agitation. Good, Harry thought. Agitation meant the filing had landed where it was supposed to land. The second thing was Dumbledore. Not in person, not yet. A letter, delivered by a phoenix, which was an entrance that Harry appreciated even as he eyed the magnificent bird with the thoughtfulness of someone who understood what the choice of messenger was meant to communicate. Fawkes landed on Harry's kitchen windowsill and looked at him with ancient golden eyes, and Harry looked back and held out his wrist, and the phoenix stepped onto it with the delicate gravity of someone who finds most things beneath their dignity but is making an exception. "Hello," Harry said. "You're very beautiful." Fawkes made a sound that was not quite a trill, something gentler, more conversational. He deposited a sealed letter in Harry's free hand and stayed on his wrist for a moment, looking at him, and Harry had the clear impression of being assessed by something old and wise and capable of opinion. Then Fawkes lifted off, circled the kitchen once, and was gone in a burst of gold flame. Harry looked at the letter. Parchment, the good kind. Purple ink. The handwriting was distinctive, fluid and large, the handwriting of someone who wrote many letters and had long since stopped worrying about the space it took up. My dear Harry, I cannot adequately express my relief that you are safe. Your disappearance caused a great deal of concern among those who care for you, and I hope you will understand that what might appear to be restriction is in fact an expression of love. You are very young, and the world is complicated in ways that are difficult for a child to navigate. I would very much like to meet with you at your earliest convenience. I believe we have a great deal to discuss. I am available whenever is suitable for you, and I will come wherever you suggest. You have my word that I will come alone and that I have no intention of removing you from your current situation without your agreement. There are things I should have told you earlier. Things about your history, about your parents, about the war. I will tell you all of it, if you give me the chance. With great fondness and not a little concern, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read it twice. Then he put it on the desk and looked at it. The letter was good. He had to give Dumbledore that. It was precisely calibrated, honest enough to feel genuine, open enough to seem reasonable, careful enough not to make any promises that would bind him in ways he didn't want to be bound. The line about not removing you from your current situation without your agreement was smart, because it acknowledged the situation while framing agreement as something he needed from Harry rather than something he was entitled to. But there are things I should have told you earlier. Things Dumbledore had chosen not to tell him. The question wasn't what the things were, Harry had a fairly good idea by now, the question was why. Why not tell the child the truth? The only answers were that the truth was inconvenient, or that the child wasn't trusted with it, or that the truth would change how the child behaved in ways Dumbledore didn't want. Harry wrote back in his own careful hand on plain notepaper. Dear Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your letter. I'm glad Fawkes is well, he's extraordinary. I'm willing to meet. Saturday afternoon, 2 o'clock. I'll tell you the address when you confirm you're coming. I would like Ragnok from Gringotts to be present. That's my only condition. Harry Potter. He sent it through the Fleur to Gringotts for forwarding and had a response by evening. Dumbledore agreed to all conditions, which Harry had not been certain of, and which told him something. A man who genuinely had nothing to manage would have agreed easily. A man who was used to managing situations might have pushed back on the Ragnok condition. Dumbledore's immediate agreement suggested either genuine good faith, possible, or a calculation that being seen to agree was more valuable than the risk of having Ragnok present, which meant he already knew that resisting the goblins on legal ground was a losing position. Either way, Saturday was 3 days off and Harry had 3 days of work to do. He went back to Gringotts on Wednesday. The archive vault's pensieve was waiting. He'd told himself he needed someone he trusted first, and his mother had said the same in her letter, but the more he thought about it, the more he thought that his mother's instruction had been specifically about the Dumbledore memories. There were other memories in the pensieve, labeled Truth, and she'd said those were at the top and would be warm to the touch. He went in alone, grip hook at the door, and stood at the pensieve and felt along the surface of the silver mist with his fingertips until he found warmth. The first memory was his mother's. A sitting room he didn't recognize, light and comfortable, afternoon sun, books everywhere, the smell of something baking somewhere. His mother was 20, maybe 21, dark red hair loose around her shoulders, sitting across from a man Harry didn't know but recognized from photographs he'd found in the vault, Sirius Black, young and handsome and vibrant, with a laugh that seemed to be always a breath away. He's going to suggest we use Peter, Sirius said, and his voice was hard under the lightness. I can see it coming, Lily. He's going to say Peter is unexpected, that no one would suspect him. And you think that's wrong, his mother said, very carefully. I think Peter is the weakest one of us. I think if anyone were going to break, Sirius stopped. I shouldn't say it. No, his mother said. But say it anyway. If someone got to Peter, really got to him, he wouldn't last. Not against him. Not the way James would. Not the way you would. Sirius leaned forward. I'm saying don't use Peter. Use me. I'm the obvious choice, which means I'm also the red herring. Anyone coming for the secret would come for me first and I can handle that. Peter can't. I'll tell James. Dumbledore will push for Peter. I don't know why exactly, but I can see it in how he talks about the option, like it's already decided. His mother looked down at her hands. I don't like this, she said. Any of it. The whole plan feels like someone else's plan. Yes. Harry pulled out of the memory and stood beside the pensieve, breathing. He put his hand back in. The second memory was warm. His father, this time, in a different room, talking to Dumbledore directly. Harry watched his father's face, strong jaw, messy black hair exactly like Harry's, the same way of going still when he was thinking something through that Harry recognized from mirrors, and listened. I want to change the secret keeper, James said. To Peter. Dumbledore's face was kind, careful, exactly as the letter had been. Are you certain? Sirius would be the more naturally capable protector, that's exactly why, James said. Sirius is the obvious choice. No one would suspect Peter. And Dumbledore had said, if you're certain. Harry watched his father's face in the memory, the determination there, the love, the absolute certainty that he was doing the right thing for his family. And underneath it, the thing Harry could see because he was watching for it, the idea hadn't originated with James. It had been planted, watered, tended over months until James had grown it himself and thought it was his own. The way Dumbledore said, "Are you certain?" instead of "I disagree," not pushing back, not arguing, just tilting the choice in a particular direction with the gentle precision of a man who knew exactly how to do that. Harry withdrew from the pensieve and stood in the vault in the cold, still air. He wasn't angry. He was filing. That was the right word. He was filing this, placing it in the correct category in his mind with all the other things he'd filed, building the full picture with the patience of someone who knows that understanding a thing completely is more useful than reacting to it quickly. Dumbledore hadn't told Peter to betray them. Harry was clear about that. Dumbledore hadn't known what Peter was. But he had arranged things, carefully, over time, with the best of intentions and the absolute certainty that he knew best, so that the security around the Potters was weaker than it should have been, because the security he could see was the security he could manage, and a plan he couldn't manage was a plan he couldn't trust. He meant well. He was dangerous. Both things were completely true. Harry left the archive vault and went back to the office and talked to Ragnok about the preliminary hearing notice for the Black case, which had arrived while he was in the vault. A date had been set, 6 weeks out, which was faster than Ragnok had expected and suggested significant internal ministry pressure on someone to resolve this quietly. "It means someone in the DMLE is nervous," Ragnok said. "Good," Harry said, "for the second time this week. What do we bring?" "The bank records, the procedural failure documentation, your father's statement in the journal, which we can certify as authentic through blood magic analysis, and I want Veritasrum testimony from Peter Pettigrew," Harry said. Ragnok was quiet. "He'd have to be found first." "I know." Harry thought about it. "He's an animagus. A rat. Unregistered." He looked at Ragnok. "Do the Gringotts detection wards cover animal forms?" "If someone has a Gringotts account and they enter the building in an animal form, the blood recognition would still trigger," Ragnok said slowly. "An animagus in animal form still has their blood. Pettigrew's account is dormant but open. If he's ever been in or near Gringotts in rat form, the entry logs," Ragnok said. He was already reaching for a ledger. "I'll have the detection records reviewed." He looked up at Harry. "If he has been in proximity, then we have a location pattern," Harry said. "And the Aurors can do the rest." Ragnok looked at him with the expression Harry had come to recognize as the highest form of approval available in this particular working relationship, a slightly elevated stillness, a fractional pause before responding, the equivalent from Ragnok of someone else saying "That's brilliant." "I will have the records reviewed by tomorrow morning," Ragnok said. Saturday came in cold, clear and still. Harry had the sitting room ready by 1:30, dust sheets removed, fire lit, 2 chairs arranged on either side of it with a third slightly apart, the table between them with tea things on it. He'd been very deliberate about the arrangement. 3 chairs instead of the natural 2 meant the configuration wasn't an interrogation, wasn't a confrontation, was something more like a meeting of parties. Ragnok's chair was positioned so he was adjacent to both, not behind Harry like a bodyguard, that would have been the wrong signal, but present, with authority, as a third party. Harry sat in his chair by the fire at 1:45 and read his grandfather's runic notes. Ragnok arrived through the flue at 1:55 in a deep burgundy traveling coat that Harry had never seen before and which gave him the dignified bearing of someone arriving at a state occasion who has dressed accordingly. He sat in his chair, adjusted his coat, and said nothing. They sat in companionable silence for 5 minutes. At precisely 2:00, a knock at the front door. Harry went himself. He'd thought about this, sending Ragnok felt wrong, staying seated and making Dumbledore wait in the hall felt petty, going himself felt correct. He was not worried about what Dumbledore would see when Harry opened the door. He was not worried about the impression he made. The man on the doorstep was tall, thin, spectacularly old, with a very long silver beard and half-moon spectacles and robes in deep blue scattered with small silver moons. His eyes were very blue and very bright and very, assessing. Harry had expected that. What he hadn't quite expected was the thing underneath the assessment, something that looked, for just a moment, before Dumbledore's considerable control caught up with it, like the expression of a man who has not slept properly in 5 days. Good, Harry thought, and then set it aside, because gloating was small. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice was warm and real, not performed. Harry granted him that. Come in, Harry said, and stepped aside. He watched Dumbledore come into the hall and look around, taking in the house, its quality, its wards, the potterness of it, and something moved in the old man's expression. Not surprise exactly. More like the adjustment that comes when a theory meets reality and finds reality was slightly further along than the theory accounted for. Harry led him to the sitting room. Dumbledore saw Ragnok and stopped for the briefest moment, again, controlled, quickly managed, but there. He nodded at the goblin. Ragnok. Dumbledore. Ragnok's voice was absolutely level. Please, sit. They all sat. Harry poured tea because it was his house and his responsibility, and he did it with the calm practicality of someone who'd had to manage the practicalities himself long enough that it was habit. You look well, Dumbledore said to Harry, with an honesty in it that felt genuine. I am, Harry said. Thank you. A moment. Dumbledore accepted his tea and looked at Harry across the cup with those blue eyes. I imagine you have questions. I have answers, Harry said. I'm really here to see if yours match. Dumbledore was still. Then, slowly, he set down his cup. Something shifted in his expression, the practiced warmth adjusted, not gone, but making room for something more serious. More honest. I see, he said. You placed me with my aunt and uncle, Harry said. Conversational. Not accusatory. You made that decision without going through the Wizengamot, without filing through Goblin law, without anyone's agreement but your own. For your protection, Dumbledore said. The blood wards were effective, Harry agreed. I'm not saying they weren't. I'm saying the decision was made without consulting anyone who had a legal right to be consulted, including the Potter estate. He paused. Why? Speed, Dumbledore said. In the immediate aftermath, it's been 5 years, Harry said. The fire cracked. Ragnok was perfectly still, watching. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. The warmth in his eyes was still there, but it had changed shape, or rather, the thing under it had changed shape, and Harry could see it now, the thing under all of Dumbledore's considerable warmth and genuine intelligence, the certainty. The absolute, unshakable conviction that the plan was right. Not malice. Certainty. You are very like your mother, Dumbledore said, and it sounded like both a compliment and a concession. I hope so, Harry said simply. Can I ask you something directly? Of course. Sirius Black. You were head of the Wizengamot when he was imprisoned. Why was there no trial? The fire cracked again. Dumbledore looked at his hands briefly. The situation was chaotic. The war had just ended. People were frightened. Bartemius Crouch was a man of considerable force and conviction. You could have stopped it, Harry said. Not harsh. Just factual. A long pause. Yes, Dumbledore said. I could have called for a formal trial. I did not. He looked up. I was wrong not to. The admission was quiet and complete, and Harry believed it, which was the complicated part, the genuine wrongness of a thing done by someone who genuinely meant well. He's been in Azkaban for 5 years, Harry said. I've filed for a case review. The hearing is in 6 weeks. I know, Dumbledore said. I've already decided to support it. Harry looked at him steadily. Why the change? Because you filing it rather than me filing it tells me something I should have understood years ago. Dumbledore held Harry's gaze. That I have been so focused on the shape of events, the necessary shape, as I understood it, that I forgot to look at the people inside the events. A pause. You should not be in this house having this conversation. You should be on Privet Drive, knowing nothing about any of this, safe. I was never safe on Privet Drive, Harry said. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. No, he said. I know. He opened them. I told myself the discomfort was necessary. That adversity would, I had a plan, Harry, for how things needed to go. I thought I understood what was coming and I made decisions about your life based on that understanding. He looked at Harry, really looked, with the full weight of those ancient eyes, and what he said next sounded like it cost him something. I was wrong about several fundamental things. I am not wrong about all of them. But enough. Harry was quiet. Ragnok was quiet. The thing in my scar, Harry said. Dumbledore went very still. I know what it is, Harry said. Ragnok had the plinth analysis done. I know there are anchors, fragments, in other objects as well, probably. I know that Voldemort isn't gone. I know there's a plan around that too. He looked at Dumbledore calmly. I want you to tell me what you know. All of it. Not the version you think a 6-year-old should hear. Everything. A very long silence. Then Dumbledore reached for his tea, drank from it, set it down, and began to talk. He talked for 2 hours. Harry listened. Ragnok listened. The fire burned down and Harry added wood to it without getting up, just a thought, just intention, and the log moved from the basket to the grate smoothly, which Dumbledore watched happen with the expression of someone recalibrating everything they thought they knew about what was possible for an untrained 6-year-old. The Horcruxes, Dumbledore called them that, the word landed like a stone in water. 6 of them, probably. Possibly 7 if you counted the one currently lodged in Harry's scar, which Harry was now going to count. Objects, most of them. One was already destroyed, the diary, though Dumbledore didn't know where that had come from. The locket. The cup. The diadem. The ring. Nagini, perhaps, a living anchor, which was unusual and unstable by its nature. Harry listened. He asked specific, clear questions, not distressed ones, not performatively calm ones, just the questions that needed answering to understand the full picture. Where did Dumbledore think the objects were? How had he identified them? What were their weaknesses? Dumbledore answered everything. There was something slightly disorienting about it. Harry could see that Dumbledore was answering everything partly out of genuine guilt and partly out of recalibration, because Harry was not reacting the way a child was supposed to react, and Dumbledore was smart enough to understand that a person who won't react predictably needs to be approached honestly rather than managed. When it was done, the fire low, the tea cold, the winter dark outside the windows, Harry sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling for a moment. Right, he said. Okay. Okay, Dumbledore said, with the air of a man who has never had that response to this particular conversation. So there's a lot of work to do, Harry said. The Black Hearing. The Horcruxes. The Scar situation. Hogwarts in 4 years. He looked at Dumbledore. I'm going to Hogwarts when the time comes. I want that understood. Of course, Dumbledore said. And I'm staying in this house. Yes. And my emancipation filing with Gringotts goes forward. A breath. I would ask you to consider, Ragnok. Harry said. The filing is legally sound, Ragnok said, his first words in the meeting for quite some time, and they landed with the weight of an institution behind them. It proceeds regardless. Dumbledore looked at Ragnok. Then at Harry. Then he smiled, a real one, the kind that had something rueful and impressed in it simultaneously. Your mother, he said again, quietly, would have been extraordinary. She was, Harry said. I found her books. Something crossed Dumbledore's face, quick, private. Yes. I imagine you did. He stood, which meant the meeting was moving to its conclusion, and he stood the way very old men stand, with the accumulated weight of a great many things. I would like, if you're willing, to stay in contact. Not as your guardian. Not as anyone in authority over you. Simply, I have information that may be useful to you. And you have, he paused, a perspective I have apparently needed for some time. Harry considered. You can write. Fawkes can bring letters. That will do nicely. Dumbledore put his cup down for the final time and looked around the sitting room, at the fire, the shelves, the window, the iron banister visible through the door. Your family built this house well, he said. It's glad to have you in it. He walked out. The front door closed. A moment later, the faintest displacement of air that meant he'd disapparated from the close outside. Harry sat in his chair and looked at the fire. Well, Ragnok said. Well, Harry said. He told you more than I expected. He told me everything, Harry said. Which means either he's genuinely decided to be honest, or he's decided that honesty is the best strategy with me and it might as well be the same thing. He picked up his cold tea. Either way, I have more information now. Ragnok was quiet for a moment. Then he said, in the tone of someone making a factual observation rather than a compliment, in 40 years of working with the Potter family, I have never had cause to revise my assessment of them downward. Harry looked at him. That was not a downward revision, Ragnok said, and stood. After he left, Harry sat in the sitting room alone with the dying fire, and outside the close was dark and Edinburgh breathed its winter breath and the house around him was warm, all floors warm now, the charm running full and even from the kitchen to the top of the staircase. He thought about 6 Horcruxes and a case hearing and a letter to write to Dumbledore with follow-up questions and the emancipation filing and the summer ahead, for years until Hogwarts, for years of work, of reading his grandfather's journals and his mother's books and the runic theory and the law texts. He thought about Sirius Black in Azkaban. 6 weeks. He pulled out his own journal and uncapped his pen and wrote at the top of a new page, things to do. Then he listed them, every one, in order of priority and urgency, with notes in the margin about dependencies and resources. The list was long. Harry looked at it without anxiety, the way he'd look at a long book, not overwhelmed, but oriented. The beginning was here. The end was work. He capped his pen and went to bed. Below in the garden, the winter plants held their ground in the cold and waited, with great patience, for what was coming. Chapter 4, Letters never sent. The journals arrived on a Tuesday. Not the grandfather's runic notes, those Harry had already read twice by now, the second time with annotations of his own in the margins, his handwriting smaller and neater than Fleamont's exclamation-pointed enthusiasm but increasingly in conversation with it. These were different. These came from the sealed archive cases in the main vault, the ones labeled in his mother's handwriting, and Griphook delivered them in a flat wooden box with a bloodlock that opened to Harry's thumb with a sound like a small bell. Inside, 12 journals. Lily Poternay Evans, written across the first page of each in the same precise but hurried hand Harry had come to recognize. Dates on the spines going back to when she was 14, a first year older than Hogwarts journals usually started, which told him she'd begun keeping them in summer before her first term, already the kind of person who documented things. Harry sat at his desk with the box open in front of him and looked at the journals for a while before he touched any of them. There was something about reading a dead person's private writing that required a moment of acknowledgement. Not grief exactly, he'd filed the grief in its proper place, the place he'd built for it in the days since the vault, a place that was real and present but not disabling. More like respect. His mother had not written these for him. She had written them for herself, the way people do, the way he did in his own journal now. Reading them was a privilege and he wanted to hold it as such before he started. He picked up the earliest one. Age 14, her first journal, the handwriting not yet fully formed. He read the first page. September 3rd, starting this because Mary MacDonald says everyone should keep a diary and Mary is usually right about this kind of thing, although I'm not going to tell her that because she's insufferable enough already. Harry read the first journal in 2 hours, barely looking up. His mother was, he didn't have the word for it at first, and then he did, herself. Absolutely, completely herself on every page, with no performance for an imagined reader, no self-consciousness about the quality of her thinking, just Lily Evans thinking out loud on paper. Sharp and funny and occasionally furious about things that were unjust and capable of great tenderness that she delivered without sentimentality, like she was too busy being genuinely moved to ornament it. He learned things he hadn't known. She'd grown up in a Muggle village in Cokeworth, daughter of a teacher and a librarian, which explained the books. She'd loved chemistry before magic, and had spent the first 2 years at Hogwarts building mental bridges between the two disciplines that her professors mostly discouraged but that she pursued privately, with the polite stubbornness of someone who has decided the bridge exists and is going to find it regardless of what anyone says. She'd had a best friend called Severus Snape. Harry stopped on this page and read it more carefully. Sev says appeared with regular frequency in the first 3 journals. Sev says the incantation is about the breath, not the mouth, which explains why I keep getting it wrong. Sev and I found a passage in the library stacks that the librarian doesn't know about, which contains 3 books on experimental potion theory that should technically be in the restricted section but aren't because someone misfiled them in 1943 and nobody's checked since. The friendship was real and close and Harry could feel the warmth of it through the pages. Then, gradually, across the middle of the 4th journal, something changed. The entries got shorter when Severus was mentioned. The tone changed. There was an incident, spelled out in careful, angry sentences, involving the word mudblood, which Harry had read in the magical law book as a slur, and the aftermath was painful in a way that was familiar, the way losing trust in someone you loved was always familiar regardless of the specific form it took. The 6th journal, she was 16, had a single line about Severus: "He's made his choice and I've made mine. I hope he finds something worth choosing." Harry sat with that line for a moment. Then he moved on. The 7th journal was the first one that mentioned James Potter significantly, and Harry felt something complex and involuntary happen in his chest, the same feeling as reading his father's journal entry in the vault, but different in texture, because this was his mother's version, which meant it was honest in a way his father's wouldn't have been about his father. And his mother's version of James Potter at 16 was, not flattering. Arrogant appeared. Show-off appeared. But brilliant, genuinely brilliant, which is the most annoying possible thing about him, appeared in the same sentence, which made Harry almost laugh. What was interesting, genuinely interesting, the kind of interesting that made him stop and think, was watching his mother figure out that she was wrong about her first impression. It happened across 2 journals, this gradual revision, this reluctant acknowledgement that the person she'd dismissed was more complicated than the dismissal. She documented it with the same honesty she brought to everything else, without softening it or making it more romantic than it was. He apologized to Remus today. Not in a showy way. Just, actually apologized. I didn't know he had that in him. By the 9th journal they were together, and Harry read about his parents' relationship the way he imagined archaeologists read old texts, with the understanding that what he was holding was a primary source, irreplaceable, and that his job was to understand it rather than project onto it. They argued. A lot. About Dumbledore mostly. His mother was warier of Dumbledore than his father from the beginning, though she worked for the Order, believed in the cause. "He's right about the war," she wrote. "He's right about Voldemort. He has a way of being right about the big things and managing everything around the big things that I find I don't like the managing. I find I don't like being managed. James says I'm being unfair. I say I'm being accurate. We've agreed to disagree for now." Harry noted this. Filed it. The 10th journal covered the year before his birth. Denser entries, tighter writing, she'd become more economic with words as she got older, which was interesting. She worried about the war with the grounded practicality of someone who had already accepted that fear was not a useful response and was trying to work with information instead. She wrote about the protective magic she was researching, ancient magic, maternal magic, the kind that operated on principles that weren't in the standard textbooks, and Harry read these entries very slowly. "The theory is simple but the execution is unprecedented," she wrote, in what Harry calculated was about 3 months before his birth. Love as a magical vector isn't new, it appears in runic theory going back centuries. Fleamont has notes on it, I've been through them. But the specific application I'm thinking about requires a sacrifice that isn't planned or forced. It has to be genuine. It has to be a choice. I can't cast this on Harry in advance because the magic doesn't work that way. It's not a ward you set, it's a consequence you create. But if it ever came to it, she'd stopped there and started a new paragraph about something else, which was, Harry recognized, the writing equivalent of a door closing. He sat back from the desk. His mother had known. She'd understood, not that Voldemort would come, not that the war would reach their door specifically, but she'd understood the mechanism, the theory, the path by which love could become a more powerful magic than the killing curse. She'd been working toward that understanding deliberately, the way a scientist works toward an experiment, with the knowledge that she might need to run it. She had not been a victim. She had been a practitioner. Harry sat very still in his study for a long moment, holding the 10th journal closed. Then he opened it again and kept reading. The 11th journal was the last complete one. It covered the period from his birth to 4 months before the night at Godric's Hollow, and it was different. Not darker, exactly, but more concentrated. Like his mother's whole attention had focused down to a fine point. She wrote about him. About Harry at 2 months, at 4, at 6. About the way he'd grabbed her finger with his whole fist and not let go for 40 minutes. About the first time he'd moved something across the room without touching it, at 7 months, which she documented with the precise interest of someone who had been expecting this but still found it astonishing when it happened. He just decided the toy should come to him, she wrote. That's the most honest description. He decided. The magic was just the how. Harry stopped on this page. Read it twice. He thought about the stone. The first apparition. The way he'd moved objects across his desk in the bedroom, learning to do deliberately what had always been instinct. He decided. The magic was just the how. He understood something in that moment that he hadn't quite understood before, about himself, about the way his magic worked, about why his grandfather's runic theory had felt so immediately natural to him. It was the same principle his mother had identified in his 7th month of life. The magic was the how. The deciding was his. He kept reading. Near the end of the 11th journal, November 1980, she wrote, Dumbledore has told us about the prophecy. Not all of it, I'm not sure he's told us all of it, but enough. He believes it refers to Harry. He also believes it refers to another child, the Longbottom boy, Neville. He has a theory about which one it will be. He hasn't shared the theory but I can see it in how he looks at Harry. He's decided. He's already decided and I don't know enough to tell him he's wrong. Harry stopped. He reread this. Then he took out his own journal and wrote, in his own careful hand, Dumbledore chose me. He underlined it. The prophecy could have meant either of us. Dumbledore decided it was me. Why? He sat with that question. Several answers presented themselves, none of them certain. Because Harry was a half-blood like Voldemort, which the prophecy apparently specified. Because the Potters had defied Voldemort 3 times, which the prophecy also specified. Because Dumbledore had a theory about power and sacrifice and love that required a specific kind of child in a specific kind of situation. He wrote all of these down. Then he wrote, Ask Dumbledore. Directly. Don't let him give the version. He put his pen down and looked at what he'd written. Then he got up, went downstairs, made tea, brought it back, sat at his desk, and picked up the 12th journal. The 12th journal was not full. 23 pages, then blank. October and early November 1981, the last weeks. His mother's handwriting had changed here, faster, more urgent, the precision still there but running underneath more momentum. Like her thoughts were moving faster than her hand. She wrote about the secret keeper switch. She wrote it straight, without commentary, without her usual running analysis. Just the facts as they happened, Dumbledore's suggestion, James's adoption of it, the switch to Peter, her own misgivings stated in 2 sentences that were very compressed. I think this is wrong but I can't prove it and James has decided and I love him and I trust him and I hope I am wrong. Then, 5 pages later, Peter came to visit today. He was nervous. He's always a little nervous, Peter, but this was different, a different quality of nervous. I watched him all afternoon and I couldn't find anything specific, just the feeling that something is wrong in a way I can't articulate. I'm going to tell James. I don't know what James will do with it. Probably nothing. But I'm going to say it. Then, James says I'm worrying. He's probably right. Then, the last entry, October 30th, 1981, the night before his father's final journal entry, I've been working on the protection again. If it ever came to it. The theory is sound. The love has to be a choice made freely and completely. No part of it can be self-preservation. It has to be pure gift. I think I understand that. I think, if it came to it, I could do that. I would just be thinking about Harry. That's all it would require. Then blank pages. White and terrible. Harry closed the journal. He sat at his desk in the winter afternoon, late January now, the garden below his window in the specific grey-white stillness of English winter, and looked at the closed journal in his hands. His mother had understood what she was doing. She had walked into it clearly. She had chosen it in the full knowledge of what choosing meant, and she had been thinking about him, just about him, which is what she said it would require. He sat with this for a long time. Not processing it, understanding it was different from processing it, and he'd understood it, he thought, the moment he read the last words. What he was doing now was allowing it to be real. Granting it the reality it deserved rather than filing it away behind the practical agenda. His mother had died thinking about him. His father had died protecting them both. The last thing either of them had done was love him. He was 7 years old and he knew things no 7-year-old should know, and he sat in the quiet Edinburgh study and he let himself feel the full weight of it, just for a little while, before he put it where it needed to go. Then he picked up his pen and wrote Dumbledore a letter. It was not a gentle letter. It was precise and direct, and he asked the question plainly, "You chose me over Neville Longbottom. I want to know why. Not the version you think a child should hear. The actual reason." He sent it through the flue and went back to reading. Dumbledore's response came the next morning, brought by Fawkes, who waited on the windowsill, this time with the patience of something that understood patience in a way clocks don't. Harry read it at the kitchen table over porridge. "You are correct that a choice was made. I will not insult you by suggesting it was fate's choice rather than mine. The prophecy, as I interpreted it, applied to both possible children equally, both half-blood, both born to parents who had thrice defied him. The deciding factor, as I saw it, was this: Voldemort himself would make the choice. He would choose, based on his own understanding of power and identity, which child to mark. In choosing you, he would simultaneously mark you as his equal and provide you with the protection I believed your mother's love would create, if things went as I feared they might. I did not know your mother had reached the same theoretical conclusion independently. That she had is, I find myself without the right word. The honest answer to your question is, I chose you because I believed Voldemort would choose you, and because I believed your mother would die for you if he did. I arranged circumstances so that this was possible. I did not cause what happened. But I did not prevent it, and preventing it was within my power. I am sorry, Harry. That sentence is insufficient. I know it is. I offer it anyway. Harry read it twice. Then he set it aside and finished his porridge. He wasn't going to respond to the apology directly. Not because it wasn't real, he believed it was real, but because responding to the apology would make the conversation about Dumbledore's feelings about what he'd done, and that wasn't useful. The useful conversation was about what came next. He wrote back, "Thank you for telling me the truth. We should meet again. I have more questions about the Horcruxes. Specifically, the ring, You mentioned it might have a detection problem. What did you mean? He was working and it helped. February arrived and with it, the notice that the preliminary black hearing had been moved up. Not 6 weeks away anymore, 2 weeks. Something had happened in the ministry, some internal pressure Harry wasn't yet privy to, and the date had been accelerated. Ragnok came through the floor personally on a Thursday evening with the notice and a new development that explained everything. Peter Pettigrew, Ragnok said, settling into his now customary chair in Harry's sitting room, has appeared in our detection logs. Twice, in the last month, in rat form, in proximity to Gringotts. Harry sat forward. The first time was in Diagon Alley, 3 weeks ago. The blood detection ward on the outer perimeter registered his signature, faint, moving quickly, not entering the bank. The second time was yesterday morning. He appears to have been in the leaky cauldron, which shares a wall with our outer perimeter. Ragnok's expression was sharp. Both times, the signature was consistent with an animagus in rat form. The account's signature matches. He's been in London, Harry said. Which means, he's been here for some time, most likely. Rats are not uncommon in Diagon Alley or Muggle London, and an unregistered animagus would be effectively invisible to standard detection. Ragnok folded his hands. I have filed a supplementary report to our hearing documentation and sent a formal notification to the DMLE. And the DMLE did what with it? They have an aura on it as of this morning. A pause. A specific aura. Alastair Moody. Harry thought about this. Moody was a name he'd come across in his father's journals, mentioned with a respect that his father didn't distribute casually. Moody is the best they have, his father had written, in the context of a war-era operation Harry didn't have full context for. Paranoid, rude, smells like he's been in the field for a year straight. Absolutely unbeatable in a fight. Good, Harry said. Will the hearing go forward regardless of whether Pettigrew is found? Yes. The procedural case, the absence of a trial, is independent of the physical evidence about Pettigrew. It stands alone. Ragnok tilted his head slightly. But if Pettigrew is found before the hearing, the case becomes airtight rather than merely compelling. Then we hope Moody is quick, Harry said. He spent the rest of that evening reading his mother's notes on protective magic, not the journals, these were separate, more technical, written in a shorthand that took him 2 hours to decode but once decoded revealed a systematic theory of magical sacrifice that was brilliant and which, once he understood it, explained several things he'd been uncertain about regarding the scar and the Horcrux fragment inside it. The fragment was dormant. His mother's protection had created a kind of buffer, not intentionally, that hadn't been part of her theory, but as a side effect of the sacrifice magic interacting with the Horcrux at the moment the killing curse rebounded. The fragment was in the scar but it was not actively connected to Voldemort in his current state. Ragnok had confirmed this, the plinth reading had detected presence, not activity. Which meant that removing it, when the time came, would be a surgical problem rather than an active combat problem. That was useful. That was something to work with. He wrote 4 pages of notes and went to bed feeling like the picture was getting slightly more complete. The hearing was on a Wednesday, the 15th of February. Harry had never been to the Ministry of Magic. He'd imagined it from descriptions in the books, in his father's journals, in the magical law volumes, but the reality of it was something different from any description. It was underground, which he hadn't fully visualized, and the scale of it was disorienting in the way of things that are simultaneously enormous and oddly impractical. The fireplaces were magnificent. The ceiling that showed a sky that wasn't there was beautiful. The people moving through the atrium were doing so with the air of people who needed to be in 12 places simultaneously and had compromised on 6. Harry arrived through the flow with Ragnok on one side and a Gringotts legal advocate, a goblin named Sharpclaw, on the other. He wore the plainest clothes he had, dark trousers, dark jacket, the Potter ring on his right hand. He was 7 years old and the people who looked at him as he walked through the atrium went through a visible sequence of reactions, mild curiosity at the child, recognition at the scar, reassessment at the ring, and then a kind of uncertainty that Harry found he didn't mind at all. The Wizengamot chamber was smaller than the full chamber he'd read about. This was a preliminary hearing, so a panel of 7 rather than the full complement, in a room with curved stone walls and wooden benches in a semicircle around a central area with a chair and a table. Harry sat at the table. Ragnok sat beside him. Sharpclaw opened a briefcase and arranged documents with the unhurried efficiency of someone who has done this many times. 5 of the 7 panel members were strangers to Harry. The 6th was Dumbledore, which he'd known was possible but still registered as significant when he came in, because Dumbledore's presence meant his weight was behind this rather than against it, and even the panel members who might have been inclined toward inertia had to factor that in. The 7th member made Harry still for just a moment. Amelia Bones. He'd read about her in the law book, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, known for a rigorous, unsparing approach to procedural accuracy that had made her both well-respected and comprehensively disliked by people who preferred their procedures to be flexible. She was a square-jawed woman with a monocle and an expression like someone who had been presented with a great deal of nonsense in their lifetime and had decided to treat it all with the same level of forensic skepticism. She was looking at the Gringotts documentation with the focused attention of someone who is finding it more interesting than she expected. The hearing was chaired by a wizard named Tiberius Ogden, who had very white hair and an air of doing this for the last time before retirement, except Harry had the impression he'd had this air for 20 years. He called the session to order and summarized the filing and asked the Potter estate representative to present. Sharpclaw stood and presented the case in clear, precise terms. Sirius Orion Black had been imprisoned in Azkaban following the events of November 1, 1981, without any formal charge being filed through the Wizengamot, without a trial, and without the presentation of evidence. The decision had been made by Bartemius Crouch Sr. acting unilaterally and outside his formal authority in doing so. The Potter estate, as the party most directly affected by the events that led to Black's imprisonment, was filing on grounds of procedural failure and requesting a full hearing. Amelia Bones looked up from the documents during this. Her monocle caught the light. The documentation from Gringotts, she said, which was not a question. Certified by blood magic, Sharpclaw said. The vault records show the correspondence between James Potter and Sirius Black in the months preceding the attack. They also show, through the Potter estate archive, an account of events regarding the secret keeper arrangement that contradicts the account on record with the ministry. Which account on record? Bones said. There is no account on record. There was no trial. Exactly, Sharpclaw said, with a precision that was as close to cheerful as Goblin legal advocacy got. The hearing took 3 hours. There were objections, from 2 of the 5 panel members Harry didn't know, one of whom had clearly been connected to Crouch and one of whom seemed mostly worried about precedent, and Sharpclaw handled them with a methodical efficiency that Harry watched with genuine admiration. Ragnok said nothing, which was its own kind of presence. Harry was asked to speak twice. He did so concisely. He said what needed to be said and nothing extra, which he'd found was consistently more effective than elaboration. Amelia Bones asked him 3 questions. They were good questions, specific, legally relevant, and Harry answered them directly, without hedging, without performing. After the 3rd answer, she looked at him for a moment with that forensic expression and said, "How old are you?" 7, Harry said. She nodded once, as though this confirmed something, and made a note, and asked nothing further. At the end, Ogden called for a motion. The vote was 5-2 in favor of a full formal hearing. The 2 objectors looked like they wanted to say something and had concluded there was nothing left to say. Dumbledore caught Harry's eye across the chamber as the session was closing. He nodded. Harry nodded back. It was a short conversation but it was complete. Outside in the corridor, with the ministry buzzing around them and Sharpclaw efficiently repacking his briefcase, Ragnok said, "The formal hearing will be scheduled within 3 months. If Pettigrew is found before then, has there been any word from Moody?" Harry asked. Before Ragnok could answer, the answer arrived in person. Alastair Moody was exactly as Harry's father's journals had described, with the additions of several years and a magical eye that was the most extraordinary thing Harry had seen in 7 months of extraordinary things, pale blue and rotating slowly in its socket, moving independently of his normal, currently directed at Harry with an intensity that was genuinely remarkable. He was large, heavily built, with a face that looked like it had been through several wars because it had, a chunk of his nose missing, scars across his jaw and cheek, and he moved with a slight hitch in his left leg that didn't slow him down at all. He stopped in front of Harry and looked at him with the magical eye and the normal eye simultaneously, which gave the impression of being looked at from several angles at once. "Potter," he said. His voice was like gravel in a barrel. "Mr. Moody," Harry said. "Heard you filed the black case." "I did." Moody looked at him. The magical eye went up and then came back. "Smart. Should have been done 6 years ago." He seemed to decide something. "I've been tracking the rat." Harry felt his attention sharpen. "And?" "Picked up the Gringotts alert." Moody tapped his temple beside the magical eye. "Been running my own detection since." "He's in London." "Definitely in London, been here some time." "I've got a location pattern." He paused, with the air of someone giving information that cost them something. "Diagon Alley." "He's been living in the pet shop." "In the display." Harry stared at him. "In with the actual rats," Moody confirmed, with something that was either disgust or reluctant admiration. "Brilliant hiding place if you're a coward." "Been there at minimum 8 months, my estimate. Could be longer." He looked at Harry steadily. "I'm planning to move on it in the next 48 hours. Wanted you to know, given the hearing outcome." "Thank you," Harry said. Moody's normal eye narrowed slightly. The magical eye continued its independent assessment. "Your father was a good man," he said abruptly. "One of the best people I worked with. Reckless, but genuinely good." He turned and moved away down the corridor with that hitched, unstoppable walk. Harry watched him go. Then he turned to Ragnok. 48 hours. "Yes," Ragnok said. "Then we wait 48 hours, Harry said, "and then we know." It was 36 hours, in the end. Harry was in his study reading when the flue flared and Ragnok came through looking, for the first time in Harry's experience, like something had surprised him. "Pettigrew is in ministry custody," he said. "Moody took him this morning. Animagus in rat form, caught in the magical menagerie, exactly as he predicted." A pause. "He has already confirmed, under truth serum, that he was the secret keeper. That he passed the Potter's location to Voldemort. That he killed the Muggles on the street and cut off his own finger before transforming." The room was very quiet. Harry put his book down carefully on his desk, spine up, marking his place. "Sirius Black," he said. "Is being transferred from Azkaban to a ministry holding cell pending the formal hearing," Ragnok said. "Given the truth serum testimony, there will be significant pressure to fast-track. Bones is apparently engaged with the situation." "Good," Harry said, which was the 3rd time he'd said it and the most heartfelt. He looked at his own hands on the desk. "Thought about his father's journal, fix it if you can." "How long before the formal hearing?" "Days, at this rate. Not weeks." Ragnok looked at him. "There is one other thing. The Ministry Advocate's office has contacted me, they want Black to have legal representation at the formal hearing." "He has no one." Harry was already moving. He went to his desk drawer and took out a sheet of parchment. "Can I write to him?" he said. Ragnok was quiet for a moment. "He has been in Azkaban for 6 years, he said, carefully. "You should understand that the man you meet won't be the same as the man in my mother's journals," Harry said. "I know." He looked at Ragnok. "But he'll still be Sirius Black. And he'll still be innocent." He sat at his desk and uncapped his pen. "Dear Sirius," he wrote. "My name is Harry. I don't know if anyone has told you yet. I've been working on getting you out. I need you to know that someone has been working on it. You're not forgotten." He stopped. Thought. "There's a formal hearing coming soon. You'll have legal representation from Gringotts, the best available. You don't have to do anything except be willing to speak the truth, which I understand from my father's records is something you are very good at. I have my parents' journals. I know what you meant to them. I know what they meant to you. I'll see you when this is done." Harry Potter. He sealed it and handed it to Ragnok, who took it with something in his expression that was more than his usual controlled assessment. After Ragnok left, Harry sat in his study in the February afternoon and looked at the garden below the window, which had been showing the first faint suggestions of green at the edges of the stone border for the last week, the persistent incremental return of things that had been dormant but not gone. He thought about his mother's last journal entry. About what she'd said it would require. Just thinking about Harry. That's all it would take. He thought about what it felt like to know you were loved that completely, even at a distance, even in retrospect, even when the people themselves were gone and all you had was their words and their books and the warm stone in your pocket and the house they'd built to be there for you when you needed it. He thought it felt like something worth everything. He opened his grandfather's third runic journal and began to read. Chapter 5, The Weight of Chains. The formal hearing was scheduled for a Friday. Harry knew, from 3 days of watching the magical news via a subscription to the Daily Prophet that Ragnok had arranged, delivered through the flue each morning, folded and slightly singed at the edges, that the wizarding world was not taking the Pettigrew revelation quietly. The front page on Monday had been reserved and factual, the kind of article written by someone who understood the implications and was being very careful about how they presented them. By Wednesday, the careful reserve had collapsed entirely and the paper was running daily updates with increasing agitation, like a dog that has found something it doesn't know what to do with and keeps picking it up and putting it down. Pettigrew alive, ministry in crisis had been Monday. Black innocent. Crouch under fire on Tuesday. Wednesday's headline was simply, "What else don't we know?" which Harry thought was the most honest thing the prophet had printed. Thursday was the day that Narcissa Malfoy wrote to him. He found the letter mixed in with the prophet and a follow-up note from Sharpclaw about the hearing format. It was on expensive cream parchment, the handwriting precise and slightly ornate in the way of someone who'd been taught penmanship as a formal subject. Sealed with silver wax, the Malfoy crest pressed into it. Harry looked at the seal for a moment before he opened it. Then he opened it. "Mr. Potter, I will not pretend that this letter requires no explanation. I am aware that our families are not natural correspondents. I am writing to you regardless, because I have found in recent months that what is natural and what is necessary are frequently not the same thing. I understand that you have filed the Black hearing. I am aware of the Pettigrew testimony. I know what this means, legally and politically, for a number of people, my husband included, who built their post-war positions on a particular version of events. I am not writing to ask you to stop. I am writing because I have a son who is 9 years old, and I am concerned about the world he is inheriting. I wonder if you would be willing to meet. Not at the ministry, not at Gringotts. Somewhere neutral. I am not your enemy, Mr. Potter. I am not sure I have ever been." And Malfoy. Harry read it twice. He put it on his desk and made tea and stood at the kitchen window looking at the garden, which had committed more seriously to green in the last week, small tough plants pushing through the winter-hardened soil with the stubbornness of things that had decided to exist regardless of conditions. He thought about Narcissa Malfoy. He didn't know much about her specifically, but he'd read enough political history in the magical law volumes to understand the position she occupied, married into one of the old families at exactly the wrong moment, or perhaps the right moment depending on your perspective, with a husband who had made choices during the war that he'd subsequently managed to distance himself from with money and influence and the careful presentation of a man who had been under duress. The letter was careful. The letter was also, underneath its carefulness, real. "I have a son who is 9 years old" was not a political statement, it was a mother's statement, and Harry had enough experience with his mother's journals to know the difference. He wrote back, Mrs. Malfoy. I'm willing to meet. Suggest somewhere yourself, neutral, as you say. I'll bring Ragnok from Gringotts. Let me know what works for you. He sent it and went back to Sharpclaw's hearing notes. The ministry on a Friday morning was different from the ministry on a Wednesday afternoon. Wednesday had been purposeful chaos, people who knew where they were going and were going there quickly. Friday was the same energy but higher, tighter, like a string tuned slightly past its comfortable pitch. The Pettigrew situation had been sitting in the building's consciousness for 4 days now, and you could feel it in the way people moved through the atrium, the clusters of people talking in low voices who went quiet when others passed, the aurors moving in pairs where they'd been moving solo on Wednesday, the general impression of an institution that has discovered something unsettling in its own foundations and is trying to work out what to do about it without looking like it's panicking. Harry walked through it with Ragnok and Sharpclaw and felt the looks without acknowledging them. The scar, the ring, the age, people were doing the same math they'd done on Wednesday but arriving at different answers now, because on Wednesday Harry had been a curiosity and today he was something that had moved the building. He could see it in the recalibration that happened behind people's eyes when they recognized him. He didn't slow down. The formal hearing chamber was larger than the preliminary one, a full arc of Wizengamot benches, deep purple robes on the members, the stone walls of the underground chamber giving everything a weight and solemnity that the preliminary room had lacked. Harry had read about this chamber in the law book. It had seen things. You could feel that. The panel was 11 this time. Amelia Bones was again present, this time as chair rather than a panel member, which Harry took as a signal about the DMLE's investment in this outcome. Dumbledore was in the gallery rather than on the panel, which was the right call, and he probably made it himself. Fudge, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, a round man in a lime green bowler hat who had the permanently slightly surprised expression of someone who keeps finding himself in situations he didn't fully anticipate, was in the gallery too, 3 rows up, with 2 aides on either side of him who were writing things on clipboards with anxious energy. Harry noted all of this and sat at the advocates' table. Sirius Black was brought in. Harry had prepared himself. He'd told himself what Ragnok had told him, what he'd told himself. 6 years in Azkaban, the man would be changed, diminished, the Dementor's effect was documented in the books and it was not gentle. He'd prepared for someone broken. He had not quite prepared for the reality, which was both worse and stranger than his preparation. Sirius Black was gaunt in a way that went past thin into something structural, like the weight he'd lost was architectural rather than physical, like something supporting had been removed. He was tall, you could see that even now, and there was a quality in the way he moved that suggested what he'd been before, something easy and physical, someone who'd taken up space without thinking about it. That ease was still there in fragments, like a language you'd learned young and half forgotten, surfacing in the angle of his shoulders when he sat, in the way he looked around the chamber when he came in. He looked around the chamber and his eyes found Harry. Harry had his father's face, he'd been told. James Potter's face, his mother's eyes. He watched Sirius Black see this and hold it, watched the man's expression do something complicated and private that was too fast and too much to name, something that crossed the distance between them before either of them had said a word. Harry nodded. The same nod he'd given Dumbledore. Brief, complete. Sirius blinked. His jaw worked slightly. Then he straightened in his chair by about half an inch, which was everything. He'd gotten Harry's letter. Harry could see that. Sharpclaw rose and opened the case and the hearing began. It took 4 hours. Sharpclaw presented the procedural failures first, clean, documented, irrefutable. The absence of a trial was not a matter of interpretation. The minutes from the period showed no formal Wizengamot session had been called. Crouch Sr.'s orders had been given verbally, not on paper, and had been carried out by aurors who were, at the time, operating in a wartime emergency context that had since expired. The emergency context had expired. The imprisonment had not. Then the Pettigrew testimony, certified through Truth Serum Administration and witnessed by 3 senior aurors including Moody, who gave his own testimony in the chamber with the economical precision of someone who considers words a finite resource and is using them accordingly. He stated the facts. He stated what the truth serum had produced. He stated his professional assessment. He sat down. Then the Gringotts evidence, the vault records, the certified correspondence, the blood magic verification of the journal entries, which were read into the record by Sharpclaw in his flat, carrying voice, and which filled the chamber with James Potter's words in a way that made 3 panel members who had known James personally go very still. Then Sirius. He spoke for 40 minutes. Sharpclaw had prepared him. Harry could see the structure of what Sharpclaw had given him, the sequence of points, the legal language at the beginning and end. But the middle was Sirius's own, and it was not what anyone had prepared for. He didn't explain himself. He didn't make a case for his character. He told the truth, in the direct unvarnished way of someone who has been in a place where truth is the only possession you can't have taken from you and has therefore held onto it with both hands. He talked about the night at Godric's Hollow, arriving too late, James and Lily already gone, Harry alive in the rubble, and the decision he'd made to give Harry to Hagrid and go after Pettigrew. He talked about the confrontation on the street, Pettigrew screaming accusations before Sirius had said a word, and then the explosion, and then, nothing. Horrors. Crouch. Azkaban. He talked about Azkaban the way someone describes a place they've survived. Without decoration. The Dementors, the cold, the memories, every good memory you had becoming something they used against you, the mechanism of it, the way hope became a liability. He talked about how he'd stayed sane, which was the question underneath the whole chamber's attention, and he said, I knew I was innocent. It's a funny thing, everyone in Azkaban says they're innocent, and most of them are lying. But if you're actually innocent, it's different. The Dementors feed on despair but they can't feed on a fact. I just kept the fact. That was all. I was innocent. Pettigrew was alive. I kept those 2 things and I didn't let go of them. The chamber was very quiet during this. Then Bones called for questions from the panel. Several members asked procedural things, clarifications, timeline details. 2 asked things that were, Harry assessed, less about facts and more about fishing for something that would complicate the picture. Sirius answered all of it with the same unvarnished directness, and the fishing questions came up empty. 1 panel member, an elderly witch in the second row whose name Harry didn't know, asked, How do you feel about Albus Dumbledore? The chamber got a different quality of quiet. Sirius looked at her. Then his eyes moved briefly, just briefly, to the gallery, where Dumbledore sat. He didn't call for a trial, Sirius said. I've had 6 years to think about that. I'm not, I understand, I think, why he didn't. The war had just ended. He was managing a dozen crises. Crouch moved fast. But I've also had 6 years to understand that not fast enough is still not enough. He paused. I don't hate him. I don't think he's evil. I think he makes mistakes and then manages the mistakes rather than owning them, and I think that's the most dangerous thing a good man can do. Harry didn't look at the gallery. He heard the words and filed them and kept his expression level. Bones called the vote at the end of the 4 hours. 9-2. The 2 who voted against were the same 2 who'd been fishing with their questions and whose objections, Harry noted, were purely formal, procedural grounds rather than any genuine belief in Black's guilt. It was the kind of vote against that was really a political record rather than a position. The legal language was read by Bones in her flat carrying voice. Sirius Orion Black was hereby formally acquitted of all charges relating to the deaths of James and Lily Potter and the alleged betrayal of said persons to he who must not be named. The charges relating to the deaths of 12 Muggles and the supposed killing of Peter Pettigrew were likewise vacated, the Pettigrew testimony confirming that the Muggle deaths had been caused by Pettigrew's own action and that Pettigrew was, demonstrably, alive. Furthermore, Bones said, and here she paused with the timing of someone who is making a point on behalf of the record, the Ministry acknowledges that the imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black without trial constituted a profound failure of due process, and that this failure carries legal consequences regarding compensation, the restoration of all confiscated property and assets, and a formal ministry apology to be entered into the record. Fudge, 3 rows up in the gallery, had gone a color that was not quite green but was working toward it. Harry looked at Sirius Black. Sirius was looking at the official seal being applied to the acquittal document, and his face was doing the thing where too much was happening at once and the face couldn't keep up with all of it and had settled on a kind of suspended stillness that was its own expression. Then he looked at Harry. Harry held his gaze. Nodded again. Sirius exhaled, a long, complete, careful breath, and the suspended stillness broke into something human. They met in a small room adjacent to the chamber. Ministry bland, grey walls, a table and 4 chairs, a narrow window that showed a brick wall. Ragnok withdrew to give them the space, which Harry appreciated and which Ragnok managed without being asked, slipping out with the tact of someone who has been navigating other people's moments for a very long time. Harry and Sirius sat across the table from each other. Up close, in better light, Sirius Black was even more gaunt than the chamber had suggested, but there was something coming back into his face already, some animation returning under the surface, like circulation returning to cold hands, not fast, not fully, but there. His eyes were grey, clear, and at the moment absolutely fixed on Harry in a way that was not uncomfortable but was extremely intent. "You're James," Sirius said. I know you're not, but you look, I know," Harry said. "I've seen photographs. Your eyes are hers though." His voice was rougher than it might have been before. 6 years of cold and silence had left marks in it. Lily's exact. She'd have had something to say about all of this, you know. She'd have organized it better. Made fewer dramatic gestures. She would have, Harry said. He thought about the journals. About organized it better, yes, probably. About fewer dramatic gestures, the letter left open on the desk, the archive vault timed to open on his arrival, the protection magic built in theory and executed in fact. His mother's dramatic gestures were just better concealed than other people's. "I found her journals," he said. "In the house in Edinburgh." Sirius went still. "All of them?" 12. A long pause. "She kept them." He said it quietly, like something he'd wondered. "I didn't know she'd kept them. She used to write, at school, always writing, I teased her about it." He stopped. Something moved in his face. "You read them?" "Yes. She wrote about me. Quite a lot, in the early ones." Harry looked at him steadily. "She liked you. She thought you were mostly good and occasionally an idiot, which I believe is accurate." A sound came out of Sirius Black that took Harry a moment to identify because it was so completely at odds with the grey room and the grey walls and the 6 years and everything else. He was laughing. Quietly, a little rough, like the mechanism needed oiling, but absolutely genuinely. "Mostly good and occasionally an idiot," he said. "She'd have written that." "That's exactly what she'd have written." Harry almost smiled. He let himself, just slightly. Sirius's laughter settled back into something more serious and he looked at the table and then back at Harry. "Your letter," he said. "The note they brought, someone has been working on it. You're not forgotten." He stopped. "Do you know what it's like, to," he didn't finish this. "No," Harry said. "I don't. I can imagine some of it from what you said in there. But no. Most people would have said I can only imagine," Sirius said. "That's the same thing with extra words." Sirius looked at him for a moment. Something shifted in his expression, something that was assessment and recognition and something else Harry didn't quite have a name for yet. "James would have said the same thing," he said. "Exactly. In exactly that tone." He straightened slightly. "What happens now? Legally? Ragnok will brief you on the asset restoration. Your family vaults have been in holding, all your property should be returned within 30 days, there's a compensation process through the ministry that Sharpclaw will file on your behalf." Harry looked at him. More immediately, where are you going tonight? Sirius blinked. I haven't. He made a small gesture that encompassed his complete lack of planning. I've been in a cell. I haven't thought past the hearing. There's a room in the Edinburgh house, Harry said. It's yours if you want it. The silence that followed this was brief but full. You're 7 years old, Sirius said slowly. Yes. You have a house. My father left it to me. My mother warded it. Harry paused. It has 6 bedrooms, which is excessive, and a garden that's just starting to come back from winter, and a study on the 2nd floor with my mother's books in it that I haven't opened yet. I thought, he stopped. Started again. I thought maybe that should be something we do together. When you're ready. Sirius Black looked at him across the grey ministry table, and Harry watched the complicated processing that was happening behind those clear grey eyes, grief and disbelief and something that was working, slowly, toward hope the way winter gardens work toward spring, not fast, not certain, but inexorable. Yes, Sirius said. All right. Narcissa Malfoy had suggested a tea room in Diagon Alley. Harry arrived before her, which was deliberate. He wanted to be already settled, comfortable in the space, when she came in. It was a small thing, a positioning thing, the kind of thing his grandmother's notes on political negotiation had described as establishing native ground, which at the time had seemed abstract and now seemed entirely practical. He was drinking tea and reading The Prophet, which had moved on to printing breathless speculative pieces about what the Pettigrew case meant for other post-war convictions, the answer being, potentially quite a lot, when Narcissa Malfoy arrived. She was not what he'd expected, which was interesting because he'd expected to be surprised and was still surprised, which suggested his expectation had been wrong on a more fundamental level than he'd anticipated. She was beautiful in the precise, considered way of someone who understood beauty as a tool and had sharpened it accordingly. Pale and composed, white blonde hair, robes in winter grey that were expensive without being ostentatious. She moved through the tea room the same way Harry moved through spaces, with awareness, with assessment, with the particular quality of attention that means you're never not watching. She saw him before she reached the table, and her expression adjusted fractionally, not surprise, but calibration. She sat down. Ragnok was at an adjacent table, close enough to be present, far enough to be discreet. Narcissa glanced at him, registered him, returned her attention to Harry. "Thank you for agreeing to meet," she said. Her voice was controlled, pleasant, the voice of someone who had been trained to use it as a precise instrument. "Thank you for writing first," Harry said. "It took something, I'd think." A fractional pause. "It took a decision," she said. "Which is different." "Fair." Harry poured her tea without being asked, because it was the table's tea and she was a guest at the table. She looked at the cup briefly, then picked it up. "You have a son," Harry said. "Draco. 9 years old." She held the cup but didn't drink. "He starts Hogwarts in 2 years. And you're thinking about what world he starts in," Harry said. "Yes." She put the cup down. "The Pettigrew situation has created difficulties. My husband has spent 8 years managing his wartime associations very carefully. The narrative he constructed was specific. It required Peter Pettigrew to be dead and Sirius Black to be guilty, among other things. She was being very direct, Harry noticed. No softening, no euphemism. Those requirements have now dissolved. "They have," Harry agreed. "My husband is not a foolish man," she said. "But he is a proud one, and pride makes a person rigid in the places where they most need flexibility." She looked at Harry steadily. "I am not a proud person. I am a practical one." Harry looked at her. She was telling him something specific, and she was telling it to him directly, without dressing it up, which was either the most sophisticated possible approach or genuine honesty, and Harry had been reading people long enough to understand that sometimes the most sophisticated approach and genuine honesty were the same thing. "What do you want?" he said. Not rudely. Just specifically. I want my son to have a world to grow up in that doesn't require him to inherit his father's choices, she said. I am not asking for anything for Lucius. I am not asking for the Malfoy name to be rehabilitated. I am asking, or perhaps offering, she paused, as though deciding between the two words, offering, I think, something that might be mutually useful. Which is? Information. She was very calm. There are people in Wizarding Society who held positions of influence during the war and after it who have not been as transparent as Lucius about their affiliations. Some of them are considerably more careful than my husband. Some of them have continued certain activities, in the years since the war, in quiet ways, in ways that my position gives me visibility into that others might not have. Harry was still. You're talking about people who are still active. I'm talking about people who never stopped, she said. Who believe that what was begun will be completed. Who have been patient. And who are watching the current situation with the kind of attention that I find personally alarming. Harry thought about the Horcruxes. About Voldemort, fragmented and rebuilding. About the specific quality of patience that a man who had split his soul 6 times might have. Why come to me, he said. Why not the Ministry, the DMLE, because Amelia Bones is exceptional and also visible, Narcissa said, and the people I am describing have eyes inside the Ministry. They have had for years. Approaching the DMLE would signal to them before anything could be done. She looked at him. Whereas you are 7 years old and recently freed a man from Azkaban through a bank, which is so completely outside any established framework for how things are done that I doubt any of them have worked out what to make of you yet. Harry almost smiled. He let himself, same as he had with Sirius, just slightly. You have Gringotts, she said. Which operates outside Ministry oversight. You have legal standing that is unprecedented for your age. And you have, she paused again, a quality of approach that is different from anything I've encountered in this world, which I say with complete sincerity and no attempt at flattery. What's the quality? Harry said, genuinely curious. You don't want power, she said. You want things to be right. Most people in political positions want both, which makes them predictable. Wanting only the second makes you something else entirely. The tea room was quiet around them, the ordinary gentle sound of cups and quiet conversation. Tell me what you know, Harry said. She told him. It took 40 minutes and it was specific and precise, and some of it Harry had suspected and some of it he hadn't. She gave him names, 3 of them, specific enough to be actionable, of people who had been Death Eaters and had never been captured, who had been operating in the shadows of Wizarding Society with the patience she described, who had connections to the ongoing search for objects of specific dark power. The Horcruxes. She didn't know the word, but she knew about the objects. Lucius had mentioned, years ago, a particular artifact, a diary, that had been in the family's possession and that someone very powerful had given him for safekeeping. She'd seen it once. It had felt wrong in a way that was distinct from ordinary dark objects, not just dark but inhabited, which was the word she used, and Harry recognized immediately what she described. The diary, Harry said. Dumbledore mentioned it was destroyed. Do you know how it ended up destroyed? Lucius disposed of it, she said, with a precision that meant she knew more than she was saying about the circumstances of that disposal. Last year. I believe it ended up in the hands of a student. Harry made a note. He would ask Dumbledore. At the end, Narcissa Malfoy set down her cup and looked at him with an expression that was the closest she'd come to something unguarded during the whole conversation. My son, she said. At Hogwarts, in 2 years. I don't know what he'll be. I don't know what I've managed to give him versus what his father has given him. But I would like, if it were possible, for him to have the option of being something other than what he's been prepared to be. Harry thought about his own life. About the cupboard. About the world that had been prepared for him by other people's plans and the way he'd walked away from it with a stone in his hand and no shoes. That's going to depend a lot on him, Harry said. I know, she said. I know that. A pause. Then, is there something I can do, on my end? For what you're doing, the broader situation. Is there something that would be useful? Harry thought. The names you gave me, if anything changes with any of them. If they move or act or communicate anything specific. Can you get word to me? Through Gringotts, she said, glancing at Ragnok's table. Through Gringotts, Harry confirmed. She nodded. She stood, with the same composed grace she'd arrived with, and picked up her cloak. Mr. Potter, she said. Mrs. Malfoy, Harry said. She left. Harry sat alone at the table with his cold tea and the folded prophet and the notes he'd taken during the conversation and the names written in careful shorthand on the margin of the prophet's back page. Ragnok appeared from the adjacent table and sat across from him, which meant the adjacent table had been close enough for all of it. Well, Ragnok said. She's genuine, Harry said. She is also Narcissa Malfoy. Both of those can be true, Harry said. She's genuine because she's Narcissa Malfoy. A less intelligent person would have picked a simpler way to manage the situation. She's doing the complicated thing because it's the right thing, which tells me the pragmatism is real. Ragnok looked at him. The diary she described, the artifact Lucius Malfoy disposed of. A Horcrux, Harry said. I need to talk to Dumbledore about the circumstances. If a student was involved, carefully, Ragnok said. Always, Harry said. He looked at the 3 names on the back page of the prophet. 3 Death Eaters, active, patient, watching. Watching everything that had happened this week, Pettigrew captured, Black freed, the Ministry shaken, Harry Potter moving pieces across a board that most people hadn't known had pieces. He thought about patience. About the specific kind that came from knowing you would outlast everything said against you. He thought about a man who had split his soul 6 times and was currently something between dead and alive, rebuilding himself from the edges, watching through borrowed eyes. He thought, be watching back. He put the prophet in his bag, nodded at Ragnok, and stood up. Outside on Diagon Alley, the March afternoon had come in warm and surprising after weeks of grey, and the wizarding world was moving through it with the slightly dazed energy of people who have had a great deal of news in a short period of time and are still processing. Harry walked through it and felt the looks and thought about all the moving parts of everything, the hearing and the house and Sirius and Narcissa and the Horcruxes and the names on the back page and Hogwarts in 4 years, and felt not overwhelmed but oriented, the same feeling as a long list, not anxious, just knowing where the beginning was. He went to Gringotts. He went to the archive vault. He sat at the pensive for an hour. He watched his mother's memories with the full careful attention he gave to everything, and when he was done he sat in the cold still air and understood several more things than he had before, and one of the things he understood was that the magic his mother had been building toward, the protection she'd described in theory in the journals and executed in fact, had not been a sacrifice in a simple sense. It had been a choice, fully made, and the difference between a sacrifice and a choice was that a choice didn't leave you diminished. It left you complete. He thought about that on the way back to Edinburgh through the Flow, the stone warm in his pocket, the city outside grey and green and moving. He thought his mother would have understood this better than anyone. He thought she probably did. Sirius was in the Edinburgh house when Harry got back. He was in the sitting room with a cup of tea that had gone cold, looking at the iron banister through the doorway with the expression of someone who is checking whether something is real by looking at it continuously. He looked up when Harry came in. All right? Harry said. Getting there, Sirius said, which was the most honest answer possible. He looked at the cold tea. I made tea and then forgot to drink it. I do that sometimes, Harry said, going to the kitchen to make new. When I'm thinking. I've been thinking, Sirius agreed, from the sitting room. About? Everything. A pause. About James and Lily. About how you're the most alarming 7-year-old I've ever encountered. About the fact that I've been in Azkaban for 6 years and I'm sitting in James's house with his son who freed me through a bank and I'm drinking tea that's gone cold because I was too busy being, he stopped. Overwhelmed, Harry said. I was going to say something more dignified. Overwhelmed is dignified, Harry said. It means you're taking it seriously. He brought 2 cups through. Sirius took his and drank it this time. Harry sat in his chair by the fireplace that was currently unlit because March had warmed up enough that it wasn't necessary. They sat together in the quiet house for a while. Your mother's study, Sirius said eventually. The one you mentioned. Upstairs. 2nd floor. Harry looked at him. Whenever you're ready. Not tonight, Sirius said. Maybe, he stopped. Tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's fine, Harry said. The house settled around them, warm on all floors, the charm running full and even, the garden outside and the last of the evening light doing the persistent incremental thing it had been doing all March, growing, slowly, certainly, the way things grow when they're given the right conditions at last. Harry pulled his grandfather's 4th runic journal out of his bag and opened it and read. Sirius sat across the room with his tea and was quiet and alive and free. Outside, London and Edinburgh breathed their evening breath, and somewhere in the dark, patient things watched and waited, and Harry Potter sat in his house and read about runes and did not feel watched at all. He felt exactly like himself. Chapter 6, The Sorting Hat's longest conversation. 4 years is a long time when you're 7, and almost no time at all when you're 11. Harry understood this in retrospect, sitting on the Hogwarts Express in a compartment by himself with his grandfather's 7th runic journal and a cheese sandwich, watching Scotland roll past the window in August green and grey. 4 years had felt enormous from the inside, enormous and full and useful, the kind of full that comes from having decided what to do with your time and doing it. From the outside, looking back, it compressed into a series of images that felt close together. Edinburgh in winter giving way to spring. Sirius learning to sleep in a room that didn't have bars, which took longer than Harry had expected and which he'd given space to without making it a conversation until Sirius was ready for it to be one. The archive vault visited in stages, the pensive memories watched carefully, the locked chest eventually opened, and what it contained had been a set of sealed letters addressed to people Harry didn't know yet, and a ring, and a note from his mother that said these are not for now but you'll know when. The runic work. Years of it, quiet and systematic, working through Fleamont's journals and then supplementing them with texts from Diagon Alley and from the Potter Vault and from a correspondence with Dumbledore that had become, over 4 years, genuinely useful to both of them. Harry had written to Dumbledore every 2 weeks on average, mostly about Horcruxes, occasionally about other things, and Dumbledore had written back with the thoroughness of someone who had decided that full transparency was the only relationship worth having with Harry Potter. They had located 2 more objects with reasonable confidence, the locket, which Dumbledore believed was at the Black family house, and the cup, which was in a vault at Gringotts under the Lestrange name. Both problems for later, both filed appropriately. Narcissa had written 6 times in 4 years. Brief letters, specific information, delivered through Gringotts without the Malfoy name on the seal. Harry had acted on 2 of the 3 names she'd given him at the tea room, passed the information to Moody, who had handled it with his usual economical effectiveness and whose opinion of Harry had elevated, over the years, from alarming child to something Harry thought might be respect, though Moody expressed it entirely through the medium of more thorough information sharing, which worked fine. Sirius had got his house back, Grimmauld Place, which was dark and miserable and which Sirius had immediately begun dismantling with the focused energy of someone who needs something to destroy and has found something that deserves it. He'd kept the Edinburgh house as his primary residence, which Harry had been glad of. They had a rhythm, the 2 of them, dinner most evenings, reading in the sitting room, Sirius teaching Harry the informal version of magical history that the textbook skipped, which was mostly about who had actually been doing what during various official events and why the official record was diplomatic to the point of fiction. In return, Harry had walked Sirius through his grandfather's runic theory, which Sirius had known basics of from school and found, under Harry's explanation, suddenly much more interesting than he'd remembered. Sirius had also, 6 months after Azkaban, got on a broomstick, which had been a scene. He'd gone up and not come down for 2 hours, just flew, and Harry had watched from the garden and thought about the journal's descriptions of his father's love of flying and felt something complicated and glad. Moody had started the defense lessons in Harry's third year of home education. This had been Dumbledore's suggestion, carefully phrased, and Sirius had agreed with the enthusiasm of someone who had been watching Harry learn theory without enough practical application and had been worried about it. The lessons were nothing like what Harry imagined regular defense classes would be. Moody didn't teach defense so much as he taught threat assessment, which was a different thing entirely and more honest about what it was trying to accomplish. He taught Harry to look at a situation before reacting to it. To identify exits. To understand what an opponent needed from a confrontation and use that need against them. He was a terrible teacher in every conventional sense, impatient, cryptic, occasionally would simply attack Harry mid-conversation to test his response time, and he was the best teacher Harry had. The wandless magic had developed in parallel with the runic work, which his grandfather's notes predicted and which Harry's mother's theory explained, the same underlying principle, intention as the primary driver, structure as the delivery mechanism. By 11, Harry could do things wandlessly that most adult wizards couldn't do with a wand, which was a fact he'd arrived at not through ambition but through 4 years of daily practice and an exceptionally clear theoretical framework. He'd eventually visited Ollivanders, in his 9th year, after much thought. The wand, Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core, had been interesting. Ollivander had gone very quiet and very still, in the way of someone connecting something significant, and had said, curious in a tone that contained several conversations worth of implication. Harry had said thank you and paid and left. The wand added something, a precision to certain kinds of magic, a channel for things that wandless work handled broadly. He used it as a complement to what he already knew, not a replacement for it. Hogwarts had sent his letter on the usual date and Harry had written back promptly, confirming attendance, and then had spent 2 days thinking about the practical implications and then had sent a second letter, to the headmistress's office, addressed to Dumbledore directly, outlining several specific requests regarding his accommodation and course registration that were slightly outside the standard process. Dumbledore had replied immediately, of course. All arranged. The express pulled into Hogsmeade Station in the early evening with the particular drama of things that have been the same for a very long time and are confident in this fact. Harry had had the compartment to himself for most of the journey after a brief and not unfriendly encounter with 3 other first-years who had recognized his scar, become considerably awkward about it, and eventually decamped to find a different compartment, which Harry had been fine with. He'd finished 2 chapters of the runic journal and the cheese sandwich and watched Scotland. Now he stepped onto the platform in the press of students and looked up at the castle. He'd seen photographs. He'd read descriptions. He'd heard Sirius and Dumbledore both talk about it with the specific nostalgia of people who had loved the place in ways that never fully faded. None of it had prepared him for the reality of it, which was that Hogwarts was not the kind of beautiful that photographs captured because it was too alive for photographs, the way the towers caught the evening light differently on each face, the way the lake below it held the sky, the way the whole thing sat in the Scottish landscape like something that had grown there rather than been built. Harry looked at it for a moment. Then he picked up his bag and followed the crowd toward the boats. He was the last into his boat, which held 3 others, a girl with bushy brown hair and an expression of intense organized interest who had introduced herself to the boat as Hermione Granger and was currently pointing out that the squid in the lake was confirmed as the largest living giant squid in the northern hemisphere, a round-faced boy who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom with the earnest brevity of someone who had been told to do this and done it immediately in case he forgot. And a red-haired boy who introduced himself as Ron Weasley with the casual confidence of someone from a large family, which was its own kind of social training. Harry had introduced himself as Harry and had been in the middle of listening to Hermione's squid fact when Neville had looked at his forehead and gone still and then Ron had looked at his forehead and gone still and then Hermione, following their eye lines, had looked at his forehead and said, with the specific energy of someone pulling an index card, "You're Harry Potter." "Yes," Harry said. "I've read about you," Hermione said, in the tone of someone who considers having read about something a complete acquaintance. "In the rise and fall of the dark arts and notable magical names of our time and Bathilda Bagshots, well, the relevant chapter in, How Does It Feel?" Ron said. "Being, you know." He gestured vaguely at Harry's forehead. "Like a forehead," Harry said. Ron laughed. It was a good laugh, easy and genuine, and Harry revised his assessment upward. Neville was quiet, looking at Harry with an expression Harry couldn't quite place until he did. Neville Longbottom, whose name Harry had read in his mother's journal as the other possible child. The other path the prophecy might have taken. Neville was looking at him with something that was more complicated than curiosity and more private than anything the short boat ride was going to get to the bottom of. Harry met his eyes and nodded, the same nod he gave to things that deserved acknowledgement without explanation, and Neville blinked and nodded back, and that was that. The castle got bigger as the boats crossed the lake, which was the obvious physical fact and also somehow more than the obvious physical fact, some quality of the castle's growth, like it was expanding to receive them rather than them simply approaching a fixed thing. The Great Hall was, a lot. Harry stood with the other first years in a cluster below the teacher's table and looked at the floating candles and the house tables and the ceiling that was doing the same trick as the ministry only better, more honest somehow, a sky that was genuinely the sky outside rather than a performed version of it. 400 students looking at them. Teachers in a row, including several faces Harry recognized from Dumbledore's descriptions over 4 years of letters: McGonagall, sharp and correct; Flitwick, compact and cheerful; Sprout, earthy and warm. At the center, Dumbledore himself, who met Harry's eye across the hall with the specific expression of a man who knows a great deal about what's about to happen and is genuinely curious about the details. Harry looked at the teacher's table calmly and then at the hall. He felt the weight of 400 sets of eyes and did not feel uncomfortable in it. He was not performing comfort, he simply had no particular anxiety about being watched, which was different from performing. Next to Dumbledore, slightly apart from the rest of the teachers, sat Professor Quirrell in a purple turban that Harry assessed immediately with the instinct Moody had been honing for 2 years. Something was off. Not obvious, not immediately nameable, a quality of wrongness, like a note that is almost in tune but not quite, the kind of thing you feel before you can articulate it. Harry looked at Quirrell for 3 seconds, filed it, and looked away. McGonagall placed a battered hat on a stool. The Sorting Hat considered itself for a moment and then, to the general startlement of the hall, sang a song about the 4 houses that was more historically detailed and slightly more politically pointed than Harry suspected was usual, based on the expressions of several teachers during the final verse. Then the names. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, almost immediately, the hat barely touching her head before declaring. She went to the table with the expression of someone who had researched the houses and formed a preference and is relieved by confirmation. Neville Longbottom, Gryffindor, after a slightly longer pause that Neville clearly found agonizing and Harry found interesting. Draco Malfoy. Harry looked at him when his name was called, 9 years old, blonde, precise in the way of someone whose every movement had been observed and commented on, with a quality of performance in how he held himself that Harry recognized as the armor of someone who was uncertain of the world but absolutely certain he was not allowed to show it. He looked at the hat on his head and it called Slytherin within 2 seconds. His face did something, relief, but a complicated relief, something that wasn't quite celebration. Harry thought about Narcissa's tearoom letter. I would like, if it were possible, for him to have the option of being something other than what he's been prepared to be. He looked at Draco Malfoy going to the Slytherin table and sitting with the automatic ease of someone who has been told all his life exactly where he belongs, and thought that the option being available and the person being ready to take it were 2 different timelines, and it was too early to know which this would be. Harry Potter. The hall did what Harry had known it would do, went quiet, the specific quality of quiet that means everyone has stopped whatever they were doing simultaneously. He walked to the stool and sat on it and looked at the head table and then looked forward at the middle distance while the hat came down over his eyes and the hall disappeared. The inside of the Sorting Hat was its own kind of space, not visual exactly, more like a room he was in without being in it physically, a sense of presence and attention and something very old indeed. Oh, said the hat. Hello, Harry said. I have been sorting students for 1,000 years, the hat said, in the tone of something that is genuinely astonished and is deciding what to do with the astonishment. I have sorted extraordinary students. I have sorted students who became the most powerful witches and wizards of their generation. I have never, in 1,000 years, sorted someone with this. What's this? Harry said. You know what this is. You've been building it for 4 years. A pause. The runic theory. The wandless work. The way you have arranged your own magical framework from first principles, at an age when most children are still learning to point a wand at a feather. Another pause. And underneath all of it, this quality. I am trying to find the word. Clarity. Not coldness. Clarity. You see things as they are and you act on what you see without the interference of what you wish were true. My mother had it, Harry said. Your mother had a version of it, the hat said. Yours is, more complete. Because you've had to survive on it, which she had the luxury of not doing. The hat was quiet for a moment. For houses. We should discuss them. All right, Harry said. Gryffindor first, because everyone expects it. Yes, the courage is there. Significant. But courage is not the engine of you. Courage is what you have access to when it's required, like tools you've sharpened and stored well. It is not the driving force. Ravenclaw, Harry said. Also yes. The intellect is exceptional and you enjoy it, which Ravenclaws often do, which matters. But intellect as the primary house quality suggests a person for whom knowing is the goal. For you, knowing is, instrumental. You want to know things so you can do things with the knowing. So Hufflepuff, Harry said, with the specific humor of someone who is genuinely considering it. The hat made a sound that was, from a 1,000-year-old magical object, approximately a laugh. Hufflepuff would be lucky to have you. Your loyalty is absolute once given, which is a Hufflepuff quality. Your sense of justice is functional and furious, which is a Hufflepuff quality. But Hufflepuff students don't generally turn up to sorting with a complete restructuring of runic theory and 3 Death Eater intelligence files. A pause. Which brings us to Slytherin. Harry was quiet. The ambition is there, the hat said, carefully, the way of something that has learned to present information accurately. Not the kind that is about personal advancement. You do not want power for its own sake, as someone observed about you recently and correctly. But you have a goal, Harry. You have a specific comprehensive goal and you have been working toward it systematically for 4 years and you will work toward it for as long as it takes. That is Slytherin ambition in its finest form, the ambition of someone who has decided what matters and pursues it without apology. And the protection, Harry said. Yes, the hat said, gently. Protection as the engine. Everything you've built, the runic work, the legal moves, the serious situation, the Horcrux information, the network you've assembled, all of it is protective in intent. You want to make a world safe. Specifically, first, the people closest to you. Then, outward. But protection is Slytherin's truest aspiration, when it's not corrupted by the other things that sometimes live in that house. I know what lives in that house, Harry said. You also know, the hat said, that things are not determined by their container. Harry thought about a pensive. About his mother's last journal entry. About a stone disc in a secret subfloor. Slytherin, he said. Yes, said the hat. I thought so. One more thing, go ahead. The Quirrell situation. You noticed it coming in. The hat's voice was different now, less the quality of ancient wisdom, more the quality of something that has been watching a very long time and has developed opinions. He is not well. The situation is more specific than that, but I think you already know the shape of it. I have a theory, Harry said. Your theory is correct. Be careful. Not because you need the warning, you are not a person who needs warning. But because careful is different from cautious, and you know the difference. I do, Harry said. Then, Slytherin, the hat said, out loud, to the hall. The Slytherin table applauded. Harry walked toward it with the same unhurried quality he walked everywhere and found a seat and sat down. The applause from the rest of the hall was variable. Gryffindor was largely silent, which was fine. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff applauded normally. The teacher's table had the kind of stillness of people managing their expressions with varying degrees of success. Dumbledore was applauding with genuine warmth and the expression of someone who is not surprised and is pleased by the specifics of how things have landed. McGonagall, Harry noticed, was looking at him with something complicated in her expression, not hostile, more the expression of someone who has revised an expectation and is still working out what to do with the revision. Quirrell was looking at him. Harry didn't look back directly, but felt it the way he felt all watching, as information, as a data point added to the file. Draco Malfoy was sitting 4 seats down the Slytherin table and had turned to look at Harry with an expression that was composed and careful, and underneath the composed careful surface was something uncertain, slightly disoriented, the expression of someone who has planned for a meeting and found the reality of it more complicated than the plan accounted for. Harry looked at him directly. "Malfoy," he said. Draco blinked. "Potter," he said, in his best impression of casual. "Your mother's well, I hope," Harry said, and watched Draco's careful composed expression do something that wasn't graceful but was real, a flash of genuine surprise, quickly recaptured, replaced by a different kind of assessment. Yes, Draco said. "She is." Harry nodded and looked at the food that had appeared on the table. He put some on his plate and ate and listened to the conversations around him and filed everything with the quiet systematic attention he brought to new environments. The girl across from him introduced herself as Pansy Parkinson with the breezy confidence of someone who has expected to be the most interesting person in any room for her whole life and is recalibrating in real time. The boy beside her was Blaise Zabini, quiet and watchful, who looked at Harry with the specific interest of someone who takes their time forming opinions and is taking their time. A boy named Crabbe. A boy named Goyle. Harry mapped them all in the first 10 minutes and said relatively little and listened to everything. Across the table, a pale girl with dark hair introduced herself as Millicent Bulstrode with the slight defensive brace of someone who has learned to expect a particular kind of response to their name and is waiting for it. Harry said, "Nice to meet you," without performance and moved on and saw in his peripheral vision that she'd looked at him with the specific expression of someone who had expected something and not gotten it. Good, he thought. Expectations were useful to disrupt early. The first morning at Hogwarts arrived with the Scottish Light doing what Scottish Light does in September, trying its best, achieving a kind of committed grey that had its own character. Harry was up before most of the dormitory and in the common room with his mother's third runic workbook before the other Slytherins appeared, because the common room in the early morning before anyone else was in it was interesting. Underwater light through the lake-facing windows. Green-tinted, still, the faint movement of something large passing in the water outside. He read until Blaise Zabini came down, alone, and stopped when he saw Harry, and then continued to a chair across the fireplace rather than leaving, which Harry read as the Zabini version of an overture. "You're up early," Blaise said. "Habit," Harry said. "What are you reading?" Harry held up the cover. Blaise looked at it. "Advanced Runic Theory." "You're 11. I started at 7, Harry said. Blaise looked at him for a moment with that careful assessing quality. "My mother says you freed Sirius Black. Your mother was following the case." "My mother follows everything," Blaise said, in the tone of someone who considers this a fact of life rather than a complaint. "She says you're the most interesting thing to happen to wizarding politics in a decade." "That's a low bar given what wizarding politics has been doing," Harry said. Blaise almost smiled. "She said you'd say something like that." He looked at the fire. "Draco is," he paused, choosing. "Draco is not sure what to do with you." "I know," Harry said. "He'll figure it out." "Will he?" Harry thought about Narcissa. About the option of being something other than what he's been prepared to be. "That depends on him," Harry said. "Not on me." Blaise nodded, slowly, with the manner of someone filing a conclusion rather than starting a conversation. He picked up his own book, Transfiguration Theory, Harry noted, 2 years ahead of the syllabus, and read. They sat in comfortable silence until the rest of the dormitory appeared. The first week of classes confirmed several things Harry had suspected and introduced several he hadn't. He'd been right that most of the coursework would be below his current level, not through any arrogance in the assessment, just a straightforward consequence of 4 years of structured self-directed learning. He handled this by doing the work correctly and quickly and spending the time he saved taking notes on things that were adjacent to the curriculum but more interesting. He didn't perform capability, he just had it, and it was visible without announcement. McGonagall's Transfiguration Class. Harry turned a matchstick into a needle on his first try and then spent the rest of the lesson working out why the spell worked the way it did at a theoretical level, because the standard explanation was functional but not complete and he wanted the complete version. McGonagall noticed. She said nothing but the quality of her gaze changed. Flitwick's Charms Class. Harry had a brief, genuine conversation with Flitwick about the relationship between incantation and intention in charm work that Flitwick clearly found unexpectedly stimulating, and which resulted in Flitwick lending him a text from his own shelf that wasn't on any curriculum. Potions with Snape was the most interesting class of the week, which Harry had expected. Severus Snape was, not what Harry had anticipated, which was itself interesting because Harry had anticipated being surprised. He'd read his mother's journals. He knew the shape of the friendship, the breaking of it, the specific word that had ended things. He'd also done 4 years of reading about Snape in various contexts. Dumbledore's letters mentioned him carefully, as someone who was trusted and complicated and whose trust had been earned in specific ways. Narcissa's letter had mentioned him peripherally, as someone she'd known during the war who had made a different choice than expected and whose different choice had cost him something. So Harry had expected, complicated. Guarded. Someone managing the distance between who he was and what he'd been. What he hadn't expected was the quality of the teaching. Snape taught potions the way Moody taught defense, stripping everything back to functional reality, no comfort, no performance, just the actual mechanisms of what made a potion work or fail. He was impatient with error in a way that was specific rather than general, impatient with errors that came from not paying attention, from not thinking, from treating the process as rote when it was anything but. Students who were genuinely trying and getting things wrong were treated differently, with a precision that looked like harshness and was actually more honest than kindness would have been. He started the lesson by asking what the difference was between a bezoar and a bezoar compound, which none of the other students knew and Harry did, and when Harry answered he looked up from his desk and their eyes met and Harry saw the same thing he'd seen in McGonagall's class, a recalibration, a revision, except from Snape it was sharper and more guarded and came with a quality of wariness that Harry understood immediately. He looks at me and sees James, Harry thought. And it complicates every single thing. He kept his expression neutral and answered the follow-up question Snape asked, which was harder and which Harry answered correctly, and Snape moved on without comment, which was probably the fairest available outcome. After class, when the others had filed out, Harry stayed to clean up his station properly. Something Sirius had taught him, the rule of leaving a working space as you found it, and Snape was at his desk and didn't look up but said, without preamble, "Your mother was my finest student." Harry went still. He was at the sink, rinsing his cauldron, and he set it down carefully before turning around. Snape was looking at him now. Not with warmth, there was a specific kind of armor in Snape's expression that Harry recognized because he'd worn versions of it himself. But with something underneath the armor that was real. "I know," Harry said. "I read her journals." Snape's expression did something that was quickly managed. "She kept journals. 12 of them." Harry dried his hands. "She wrote about you a lot, in the early ones. About your friendship." He met Snape's eyes steadily. "She said you were the one who taught her that the incantation was about the breath, not the mouth." Snape was very still. "She remembered that into her 20s, Harry said. "It's in the 6th journal. She was teaching herself a new charm and she referenced your lesson." He picked up his bag. "I thought you might want to know that." He walked to the door and stopped, because there was one more thing. "She didn't stop caring about you," Harry said, to the door rather than to Snape directly, giving the man privacy to receive it. "She was angry and she was right to be. But it wasn't, the last entry she wrote about you, when she was 16, she said she hoped you'd find something worth choosing. He paused. I think she'd be glad to know you did. He left. In the corridor, he walked away and didn't look back and felt the complicated weight of it, the archive vault memory, the journals, his mother at 16 writing I hope he finds something worth choosing, and Snape in a potions classroom 30 years later with an expression that had been armor all the way down to something raw underneath. He put it in its place, the real, appropriate place, not filed away but acknowledged, and walked to lunch. Quirrell's defense class was last period on Wednesday. Harry had spent the days since arriving watching Quirrell the way he watched everything, without looking like he was watching. The turban. The faint tremor in the man's hands. The quality of wrongness Harry had identified in the Great Hall, which 4 days of proximity had allowed him to place more specifically. It was a layered quality, Quirrell, and beneath Quirrell something else, something with its own magical signature that was faint but present, like a fire burning in the next room. The defense lesson was disorganized and underconfident in the specific way of someone who is performing inadequacy deliberately because the less anyone expects of you, the less they examine you. Harry had read Moody's file on Quirrell. Moody had shared it last summer with the specific neutrality of someone making information available and leaving the conclusions to the recipient, and the file had shown a man who had been a competent if unremarkable academic before a sabbatical from which he'd returned noticeably changed. The sabbatical had involved travel in Eastern Europe. Albania, specifically. Albania, Harry had noted from Dumbledore's letters, was where Voldemort's fragmented consciousness had been drifting for years after Godric's Hollow. He sat in defense class and watched Quirrell demonstrate a basic knockback jinx with slightly shaking hands and let himself appear to be paying exactly the level of attention the lesson merited, enough to be polite, not enough to be interesting, and thought through what he knew. Voldemort, fragmented, consciousness attached to a host. The host was Quirrell. The turban was concealment, something on the back of Quirrell's head, which was where the face would be if the face was oriented away from Harry when Quirrell faced him. Which meant every time Quirrell looked at Harry, Voldemort was looking away, and every time Quirrell's back was turned, Voldemort was looking directly at him. Harry didn't feel afraid of this. He felt clear about it, which was different. He needed more information before he acted. He needed to understand what Quirrell was here for, what the specific objective was. There was the stone, which Dumbledore had mentioned in passing in a letter last spring in the context of something he was arranging for safekeeping at Hogwarts, which Harry had filed at the time as, Dumbledore has put something important under the school, Quirrell is likely here because of it, these two facts are connected. At the end of the lesson, as students filed out, Harry said to Zabini, who had been sitting beside him, which had become a regular arrangement by Wednesday, the defense teacher is interesting. Blaise glanced at him with that careful assessing quality. Interesting how? In the specific way of things that are not what they appear. Harry looked at Blaise. Keep that to yourself. Blaise nodded without asking why, which was one of the things Harry had already come to appreciate about him. He went to dinner and sat with his housemates and ate and listened to the conversations around the Slytherin table, who was pleased about what, who was worried about what, the initial social architecture of a new year, and thought through the Quirrell situation with the methodical patience Moody had trained into him. He would wait. He would watch. He would learn the full shape of it before he moved, because moving too early was the error that came from reacting to how a situation felt rather than what it was, and he knew better. Across the table, Draco Malfoy was eating and not looking at Harry with the particular quality of attention of someone who is not looking at you very hard. Harry had been patient with this for a week. He finished his dinner and looked directly at Draco, who became aware of being looked at and looked up. Your potion in Snape's class yesterday was better than mine on the first attempt, Harry said, which was true and which Draco clearly had not expected. Draco blinked. The boil cure potion is, basic, yes. But your porcupine quill timing was cleaner than mine. I rushed it. Harry looked at him. I'd like to know your method. Draco stared at him. This was not the conversation he'd been prepared for, evidently. He'd been prepared for competition, or conflict, or a kind of social jockeying, the Harry Potter situation as a problem to be managed rather than a person to be talked to. The timing's about temperature reading, Draco said, slowly, working it out as he said it. My father's, I learned from, you have to watch the color of the steam before you add them, not the clock. That's better than what Snape said, Harry said. It's what my father taught me, Draco said, with the complicated quality of someone who has complicated feelings about the source of a good thing. Harry nodded. Show me next lesson. A pause. Draco was recalibrating something. Harry could see it happening, the expected social architecture of this year being quietly revised in real time. Finally, carefully, Draco said, all right. Pansy looked between them with the expression of someone watching a situation she expected to understand by now and doesn't. Blaise was reading a book and very deliberately not reacting, which was Blaise's version of paying close attention. Harry went back to his dinner, satisfied. The castle settled into its evening sounds above and around them, thousands of students moving through hundreds of corridors, the specific acoustic of a very large old building full of young people, something between a school and a living thing, and Harry sat in the green-tinted light of the Slytherin common room later that night with his grandfather's journal and Blaise across the fireplace and the lake moving quietly outside the window. He thought about the hat's conversation. About the word it had used, protection. About his mother building a theory in private and executing it in fact, and thinking about Harry, just Harry, when it mattered most. He thought about Quirrell in the class above and the stone somewhere below and the Horcruxes still out there and Dumbledore in his tower and Sirius in Edinburgh and his mother's books in the second-floor study that he and Sirius had sat in together last spring, reading in the afternoon light, not saying much. He thought about how the world was full of things that needed fixing, and how the fixing required patience and information and the specific kind of clarity the hat had named, and how none of it was too much for him. He read his runic notes, and outside the giant squid moved through the dark water with the unhurried ease of something that has always lived in deep places and found them entirely sufficient. Chapter 7 The Man with Two Faces. October arrived at Hogwarts the way it always did, with the particular commitment of Scottish autumn, cold that had edges to it, mornings that smelled like stone and wood smoke, and the lake going dark earlier each day. The castle leaned into it. The torches burned warmer. The staircases, which Harry had mapped in the first 2 weeks with the same methodology he'd applied to the Privet Drive staircase, which steps moved, which didn't, which shortcuts were real and which were traps, felt more alive in the colder weather, like the building was contracting around its inhabitants the way warm things do. Harry had been watching Quirrell for 6 weeks. He had a journal dedicated to it, plain, dark cover, indistinguishable from his runic notebooks. In it, he kept records of everything he'd observed. Quirrell's movement patterns through the castle. The times he disappeared. The routes he took that weren't direct, which were more common than they should have been for a man with one destination. The way his classroom smelled different from other classrooms, not obviously, not in a way most people would notice, but underneath the usual chalk and old textbook smell there was something else, something that Harry identified from his runic studies as a specific kind of dark magic residue, the kind that accumulated around persistent concealment. He had 3 confirmed sightings of Quirrell on the third-floor corridor, which Dumbledore had announced at the start of term feast was out of bounds for a reason, accompanied by a very specific request not to go there, which in Harry's experience was the precise phrasing most likely to make curious people curious. Harry was not curious about the third-floor corridor. He was strategic about it. He'd written to Dumbledore in the first week, a careful letter, specific, not asking anything that would require Dumbledore to choose between answering and misdirecting. He'd said, I believe Professor Quirrell's situation requires attention. I would prefer to understand the full scope before I act. What am I working with on the third floor? Dumbledore had replied, a series of protections, each the work of a different professor, guarding something that needs guarding. Quirrell knows they are there but has not yet made an attempt on them. I believe he is still gathering information. The stone itself is the most secure it can be made, it requires a specific kind of magic to retrieve it that, as I understand the requirements I designed, would only work for someone who wanted to find it but not use it. I am confident in the protection. A pause in the letter. Harry could always tell where Dumbledore paused, because the ink was slightly heavier at the resumption. I am less confident about other variables. Your thoughts welcome. Harry had written back, the protection is good. The problem is what happens if Quirrell gets through it anyway. What is the stone? Dumbledore, the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamels. It produces the elixir of life. Harry had sat with this for a while. Then, it also restores a body to someone who no longer has one. Dumbledore, yes. So. Quirrell was here to get Voldemort a body. The stone was the mechanism. The protections were the obstacle. And Harry had until Quirrell decided he had enough information to move. The question was when. November brought the answer sooner than Harry had expected, which was Moody's main lesson landing in practical reality: the enemy moves when they're ready, not when you finish preparing. You finish preparing before they're ready, or you adapt faster than they expect. There is no third option. Harry was in the library on a Wednesday evening, most of the Slytherin contingent studying in clusters around him, Blaise across the table with arithmancy homework, Draco at the far end with Pansy and a stack of Transfiguration notes, when the stone in his pocket went warm. Not the ambient warmth it always carried. Hot. The specific pulse that meant something in his magical environment had changed significantly, the same pulse it had given on the night under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive, except that night it had been pulling him toward safety and tonight it felt like something else. Harry put down his quill. He looked at the stone in his hand under the table. It was pulsing twice per second, regular, like a second heartbeat that was running faster than it should. Alert. That was what this was. Alert. He thought about the archive vault. About the way his mother had worked the rune, Ragnok's explanation, all those years ago: it responds to Potter blood and Potter will, and to genuine need. The stone had been in his pocket for 4 years of Hogwarts preparation and had been warm and steady throughout. Warm and steady meant ambient. Hot and pulsing meant something specific was happening. He pocketed it and looked at Blaise. "I'll be back," he said. Blaise didn't look up from his homework. Harry left the library and went to Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor, which was one of 3 locations he'd identified in the first 2 weeks as reliable privacy, never occupied. Something about the ghost's moaning kept students away even on the most crowded days. He stood by the sinks and closed his eyes and thought about what his grandfather's 7th journal had called environmental attunement, which was the runic theory term for extending your awareness through the ambient magic of a space. Hogwarts had ambient magic in abundance. 1,000 years of accumulated spellwork, the castle itself partially sentient in the way of old things that have had magic run through them long enough, not conscious exactly, but present. Harry had spent 6 weeks learning the feel of it the way he'd learned the feel of the Edinburgh house, until the castle's normal hum was as familiar as his own breathing. He extended his awareness along the 3rd floor corridor. The protections were active. He could feel them, the specific magical textures of 7 different casters, layered and interlocking, Dumbledore's outermost like a stone wall and the others progressively more specialized inside it. And through them, like a thread that was wrong-colored in the correct weave, something moving. Someone was in the 3rd floor corridor. Harry opened his eyes. He put the stone back in his pocket and thought clearly for approximately 15 seconds. Option 1, tell a teacher. McGonagall was his head of house. Dumbledore was in the castle. Either of them could handle this. The sensible, institutional response was to report it and let the adults deal with it. Option 2, go himself. He thought about Moody: you finish preparing before they're ready or you adapt faster than they expect. He thought about Quirrell and the specific wrongness he'd been carrying for 6 weeks like a pocket full of dark magic and other people's soul. He thought about Voldemort, fragmented, patient, ancient in a way that made Dumbledore seem recent. He thought about the stone, which if taken would give Voldemort a body, and a body meant the war his parents had died and was starting again, and this time it was starting with Harry still 11 years old and the world largely unprepared for it. He thought about his mother's protection. About what Dumbledore had designed the final test to require, someone who wanted to find it but not use it. He was the only person in this castle who fit that description better than Dumbledore himself. Option 1 was sensible. Option 2 was necessary. He went to option 2. He took his bag. He went to the dormitory first and added 2 things to it: his runic notes on Quirrell's specific magical signature, which he'd been building for 6 weeks, and the small vial of a solution he'd brewed privately in October, using equipment borrowed from the potions classroom at midnight, and a method his mother's second workbook had described as a magical disruption compound, designed to interfere with persistent dark enchantments at the structural level. He'd made it in case, and apparently in case had arrived. Back out through the Slytherin common room, nodding at 2 fifth-years who barely looked up, through the dungeons and up through the castle by the routes he knew didn't pass portraits that talked. The stone warm in his pocket, steady now, not pulsing, but present, the way it was when he was moving in the right direction. The third-floor corridor was empty when he reached it. The door to the out-of-bounds section was slightly ajar. Harry stood in the corridor for 10 seconds and looked at the door and thought about the full picture. Quirrell had gone through. Which meant Quirrell had gotten past Dumbledore's outermost protection, which required him to know it was there and know how to bypass it, which meant someone had told him or he'd discovered it. Either way, he was inside now, working through the layers. Harry went through the door. The Cerberus, he'd read about it, large, 3-headed, Dumbledore had mentioned Hagrid's involvement, was asleep. Not naturally asleep. He could hear the faint trace of a melody, something Quirrell had left running, and the 3 vast heads were down on massive paws, and the slow mountain-moving breath of the creature filled the room. Harry moved along the wall, quickly and quietly, and found the trapdoor open. He went through. The devil's snare was dead. Not bypassed, actually dead, scorched black from a curse, which told Harry something about Quirrell's approach. He climbed down through the dead plant and into the next chamber, and then through the series of protections, the flying keys, which he navigated without a broom through the simple application of thinking about their movement pattern and finding the right key in under 2 minutes, the chess game which was already finished and badly, pieces scattered, the board in the specific arrangement of a forced checkmate by someone who had been in a hurry and hadn't been careful. Quirrell cared about speed tonight. That was interesting. That meant something had changed, something had made him move tonight specifically, which meant either opportunity or urgency, and urgency was more dangerous. Through the troll, already unconscious, Quirrell's work, through the potion challenge, which Harry studied carefully because it was his mother's work, he recognized the structure of it, the logic puzzle approach that was uniquely Lily Evans Potter, and something tightened in his chest briefly before he identified the right potion, the smallest bottle, his mother's handwriting in the logic, and drank it. The cold of it settled through him like resolution. Through the black flames. The mirror of Eriste was in the center of the room. Quirrell was standing in front of it, and he'd been standing there long enough that there was a quality of frustration to his posture. He was rigid in the way of someone who expected to see something and hasn't, who is trying to force an outcome through intensity of wanting. The mirror was not showing him the stone. Harry understood immediately, on the threshold of the black flames. Someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Quirrell wanted to use it. So the mirror was showing him whatever Quirrell most desired, probably something that included the stone but wasn't the stone itself, and the actual stone was sitting, unreachable, in the mirror's reflective logic. Harry stepped into the room. Quirrell turned. Up close, with the black flames behind Harry and the mirror's light between them, the wrongness Harry had been cataloging for 6 weeks was much more present. Quirrell's eyes were wrong in a specific way, like looking through a window that had another room behind it. The turban was where Harry had always known it was. The presence underneath Quirrell was present and awake and had recognized Harry the moment he came through the flames. "Potter," Quirrell said. His voice was different here, less the performed uncertainty of the defense classroom, more something underneath that, something with a specific quality of authority that had nothing to do with Quirrell's own personality. "Professor," Harry said. He stepped further into the room, away from the flames, putting distance between himself and the exit, not because he intended to use the exit but because standing in front of the only exit was the kind of thing that provoked defensive action, and he didn't want defensive action yet. He wanted information. 30 more seconds of it. You came alone, Quirrell said. How interesting. I expected Dumbledore. Dumbledore doesn't know I'm here, Harry said. Something shifted in Quirrell's expression, the wrong-windowed quality intensified, the presence behind his eyes leaning forward. Then you came by yourself. At 11 years old. After tracking me for a pause. How long have you known? Since the first night, Harry said. Quirrell was still. The sorting. You looked at me. I felt the attention. Harry kept his voice conversational. The problem with carrying something on your back is that it sees what you see. When you look at me, so does it. The turban trembled slightly. Voldemort, Harry said, to the turban. You might as well know, I know you're listening. The room was very quiet. Then Quirrell's posture changed entirely. The uncertainty drained out of him, the performance stripped back to nothing, and what was left was something colder and more deliberate, still Quirrell's face, but animated by something else's intention. 11 years old, said the something else, through Quirrell's mouth. The voice was different, not Quirrell's hesitance, not Quirrell's vocal pattern. Something thin and precise, like a scalpel made of air. And you speak to me directly. Without flinching. I've had 4 years to prepare, Harry said. It seemed rude not to. A sound came from Quirrell that might have been a laugh if it originated somewhere normal. You are not what I expected. No, Harry said. I gathered. He looked at the mirror. The stone isn't going to work for him. Dumbledore designed it specifically. Yes, said the voice through Quirrell. A frustrating design. It requires an absence of intent. The eyes focused on Harry. But you don't intend to use it. I don't, Harry said. So you could retrieve it. Yes, Harry said. A pause. Then here is a simple proposition, no, Harry said. The word landed in the room with the flatness of something that had no give in it, no negotiation underneath, no door that a better offer might open. Quirrell, the presence behind Quirrell, assessed this. You haven't heard the proposition. I don't need to, Harry said. You're going to offer me something. Parents, probably, seeing them or something related to them. Or power. You'll pick whichever one your read on me suggests will work. But I know what you want the stone for and I know what you being restored means, and I'm not interested in the proposition regardless of what it contains. The presence was very still. Quirrell's face, what Quirrell's face had become, showed something that Harry identified as genuine interest rather than tactical maneuvering. You've thought about this, it said. For 4 years, Harry said. I've thought about most things for 4 years. You know about the other objects. Yes. And you've been working on them. That's not something I'll confirm, Harry said. A breath. You are not afraid of me. No, Harry said. But I understand you, which is different and more useful. Something in the room changed. Harry felt it, the ambient magic of the place, the mirror's specific charge, and beneath that the presence in Quirrell sharpening into something more active, more urgent, the patience running out. He'd known this moment was coming and he was ready for it. Then we're past conversation, the presence said. We are, Harry agreed, and moved. Not toward the mirror. That would have been the mistake, rushing for the stone while Quirrell was between him and it, the obvious move, the one that required combat on Quirrell's terms. Harry had spent 6 weeks thinking about this room, about this moment, about what the variables were and what the correct sequence was. He moved sideways. Away from the mirror, along the wall, fast, not running, precisely controlled movement, the way Moody had drilled into him over 2 years of practical lessons. Running is what people do when they're scared. Moving is what you do when you know where you're going. Quirrell turned to track him and in the turning gave Harry what he needed, 3 seconds of the turban facing away from him. He threw the disruption compound. The vial shattered against the turban and the solution spread, and the effect was immediate and specific. The persistent enchantment that was maintaining the concealment disrupted at its structural level, which was what the compound was designed for. The turban didn't fall off. Something worse happened. The magic holding the concealment coherent flickered, and in the flickering Harry saw, just briefly, a strobe flash, the back of Quirrell's head and what was on it, which was a face, and the face was wrong in every way a face could be wrong, lipless and flat-nosed and with eyes that were red and that looked at Harry with the specific recognition of something that has been asleep for 11 years and is very, very awake now. Quirrell screamed. Not Quirrell, both of them, a layered sound. Harry was already moving again, past Quirrell while the disruption was at its peak, covering the distance to the mirror in 4 steps. He stood in front of it and looked at his own reflection. His reflection looked back and smiled, not the smile he was currently wearing, which was the focused attention expression of someone in the middle of a high-stakes situation, but a different smile, the smile of someone who has just solved a problem, and the reflected Harry reached into his reflected pocket and held up a small red stone. Harry felt weight in his pocket. He didn't reach for it. He turned around. Quirrell was coming at him and the disruption compound was still affecting the turban and the face on the back of Quirrell's head was visible and looking at Harry with those red eyes and the rage in them was ancient and vast and in no way made Harry feel small, because rage was information like everything else, and what this rage told him was, afraid. Don't touch him, the voice from the back of the head said, to Quirrell, and Quirrell's reaching hands stopped. The presence understood something. What Harry's mother had built, the protection that was still there, in the blood, the sacrifice that didn't diminish. Don't touch the boy. Quirrell's hands dropped. The room was very still. Harry looked at the face on the back of Quirrell's head. It looked back at him. They were 11 feet apart and the mirror was behind Harry and the stone was in Harry's pocket and Voldemort, fragmented and wrong and more present than he'd been in 10 years, was looking at him with those red eyes and the look was recognition. We will meet again, the presence said. Not a threat, something more specific than a threat. A statement of fact delivered by something that had learned to exist across very long timescales. Yes, Harry said. Under different circumstances. You intend to destroy the others. That's not something I'll confirm, Harry said again. He'd said this before and he said it the same way, not aggressive, just clear. The red eyes considered him for a long moment. Then, from behind him, the sound of the flames, not the black cold of the barrier, but something warmer, something gold, the sound of fire that recognized what it was burning for. Fawkes landed on Harry's shoulder. The weight of him was substantial and warm, the phoenix fire radiating against Harry's cheek, and the effect on the room was immediate, the darkness in it retreated, Quirrell's maintained postures faltered, the wrongness in the air thinned. Fawkes had come. Which meant Dumbledore was coming, Fawkes as forerunner, gold fire burning through whatever barriers had been between the headmaster and this room. Voldemort understood this calculation instantly. The red eyes moved from Harry to the phoenix and something happened in them, not fear exactly, but the specific recognition of changed odds. Another time, then, said the presence through Quirrell, and then, it left. Not Quirrell leaving. The presence leaving, extracting itself from Quirrell's body with a violence that Harry felt in the air, a tearing quality, and Quirrell collapsed, the animation going out of him the way a flame goes out, instant and complete, and his body hit the stone floor and didn't move. Harry stood in the silence with Fawkes on his shoulder and the stone in his pocket. He looked at Quirrell's unconscious body and felt the room's ambient magic settling back into something approaching normal, felt the darkness thinning, felt the specific absence of a presence that had been pressing against the magical environment of the castle for months. It's all right, Harry said, to the room or to Fawkes or to himself, whichever needed it most. It's done. Fawkes made the gentle, conversational sound he'd made in Harry's Edinburgh kitchen, years ago, and stayed on his shoulder. 30 seconds later, the black flames went out and the room filled with firelight from the corridor, and Dumbledore came through. He looked at Quirrell. He looked at Harry. He looked at Fawkes on Harry's shoulder with the expression of someone who understands exactly what his phoenix's choices mean. He was still in his evening robes, which meant he'd been working late, which meant Fawkes had gone to him the moment Harry went through the trapdoor. He'd come fast, faster than Harry had expected, which said something about Dumbledore's own relationship with fast. "Are you hurt?" Dumbledore said. "No." "Did he touch you?" "No." Harry thought about the voice saying don't touch the boy. He knew about the protection. He wouldn't risk contact. Dumbledore crossed the room and knelt by Quirrell and pressed 2 fingers to his neck. He was alive, unconscious, magically depleted, the presence gone from him like heat from a room when the fire dies. Dumbledore stood and looked at Harry. "The stone," he said. Harry reached into his pocket and held it out. The small red stone sat in his palm, ordinary-looking, unremarkable. Dumbledore looked at it without touching it for a moment. Then he took it. "You got here before I did," Dumbledore said. It wasn't an accusation. It was factual, with something working behind it. "I've been watching him for 6 weeks," Harry said. "I knew when he moved. Why didn't you come to me?" Harry looked at him steadily. "I did. I wrote you in September. You told me about the stone and the protection and said your thoughts were welcome." A pause. "I thought about it for 6 weeks and then acted when the moment was right." Dumbledore absorbed this. "I might have come sooner, you might have," Harry agreed. "But the mirror requires someone who wants to find it but not use it. You designed it that way. You couldn't have retrieved the stone." "I could." He looked at Dumbledore. "You knew that when you designed it." A long pause. Fawkes shifted on his shoulder, feathers warm against his cheek. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I designed it thinking of you." He said it with the honesty that had been the only thing worth anything in their relationship for 4 years. "Not because I planned to use you. Because I hoped, if it came to it, that you would be ready." "I was ready," Harry said. "You were." Dumbledore's eyes moved to the stone in his hand. "He's gone again. Driven out of his host, this will set him back considerably." "Not permanently," Harry said. "We both know that." "No. Not permanently." Dumbledore looked old, in the underground room, in a way he sometimes did when he let the weight of everything show through the surface. "The other objects, I have a plan," Harry said. "I've had a plan. I wanted the stone situation resolved first because it was the most urgent." He thought about Narcissa's information. About Ragnok's vault access. About the Lestrange vault and the Black family house and the specific information Dumbledore's letters had built up over 4 years about the ring, which was the one that worried Harry most because it had a curse on it that Dumbledore had mentioned in a letter last winter with a specificity that suggested personal familiarity. "The ring, you've seen it. You've been close to it." Dumbledore was very still. "You didn't touch it," Harry said. A pause. "No. I didn't." He said it with the care of someone who had come close to touching it and knew what that meant. "Good," Harry said. "Don't. Not without me." He looked at Dumbledore. "I have a method. It needs testing but the theory is sound." He'd been working on it for 3 months, his mother's workbook, the runic disruption compound taken further, a specific application of the same principle but deeper and more precise, designed to sever the soul fragment from its anchoring object without destroying the object in a way that might damage the fragment sealing process. Dumbledore had a more violent method in mind. Harry had inferred this from the careful way Dumbledore wrote around the topic in letters, the specific avoidances that marked something he intended to do but didn't want to disclose. "My way is safer," Harry said. "For both of us." Dumbledore looked at him with those blue eyes. "You have your mother's precision," he said. "I have her workbooks," Harry said. Fawkes trilled once, softly, and lifted off Harry's shoulder and circled the room once before perching on Dumbledore's own shoulder, which was where he lived, and Harry felt the slight absence of the warmth and weight and was fine. "Quirrell will need medical attention," Harry said. "And someone will need to tell Nicholas Flamel about the stone. And the Wisengamot should probably be notified that Voldemort made a direct attempt, not to cause panic, but because they should know the situation is escalating. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was too layered to name, something that was pride and grief and relief and the specific exhaustion of a man who has been managing a great deal for a very long time and has just realized, in this underground room, that he no longer has to manage all of it alone. "Yes," he said. "All of that. Yes. I'll need to brief Ragnok," Harry said. "He'll want the updated picture." "Of course. And Sirius." "Yes." Harry picked up his bag from where he'd set it against the wall. He'd set it down when he came into the room, which felt like a very long time ago now, and slung it over his shoulder. "Professor," he said. "Yes, Harry. The year's going to get more complicated from here. He's going to find another way back. The Horcruxes need to be dealt with faster than my original timeline." "I agree," Dumbledore said. "What do you need?" Harry thought about the list on his desk in Edinburgh, the one he updated every few months, adding and revising and crossing off. Crossing off felt good. The stone situation was going on the list specifically to be crossed off. "Vault access to the Lestrange vault," Harry said. "Ragnok can arrange it legally. The Lestrange assets were partially forfeit after the war. There's a filing we can make through the Potter estate as a damaged party. The cup is in there." "Merlin," Dumbledore said softly. "The locket is at Grimmauld Place. Sirius has been renovating. He's going to find it eventually on his own. Better if we're prepared when he does." Harry looked at him. "The diadem is in the castle. I have a theory about where." "The Room of Requirement," Dumbledore said. "Yes. I'll find it when I know what I'm looking for exactly. The ring, you know where it is. We go together on the ring." He paused. "Nagini is the hard one. We deal with that last." Dumbledore was very still. "You've mapped all of them. You gave me most of the information," Harry said. "I just put it in order." A long moment in the underground room. The mirror behind Harry, still and quiet now, showing Dumbledore his own reflection and whatever Dumbledore most desired, which Harry didn't ask about and wouldn't. The stone gone from the room. Quirrell breathing on the floor with the look of someone who has been vacated, which was sad in a way that Harry held briefly. Quirrell had been a person before he'd been a host, and the person was still there somewhere, diminished and damaged. He'd get medical care. He'd probably never teach again, but that was its own separate accounting. "I owe you an apology," Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. "Not for tonight. For before. For the nature of how I plan things, the approach of protecting you through containment. Through limiting what you knew and could do." He held Harry's gaze. "You were always going to be this. I should have helped you become it faster rather than hoping you'd become it at the pace I planned for." "You did help," Harry said. "Eventually." "Eventually," Dumbledore said, with the honesty that cost him and he paid anyway. "Yes." Harry nodded. He went to the door, not the barrier flames, which were out now, just a door, and stopped. "The face on the back of the turban," Harry said. "He said we'd meet again. He'll find another way. Another host." "I know. We have time though, being driven from a host sets him back. Months at minimum." Harry looked at the door. "I want to use the months." "So do I," Dumbledore said. Harry left. He went back to the Slytherin dormitory via a route that was longer than necessary but empty of witnesses, arriving after midnight with his bag over his shoulder and the residual warmth of Fawkes's fire still in his shoulder where the phoenix had rested. The dormitory was asleep. He changed and got into bed and lay in the dark with the stone in his hand, warm, steady, not pulsing, and thought about the evening. The face on the back of the turban. The red eyes. The voice through Quirrell, "We will meet again." And Harry's own response, "Under different circumstances." He'd meant it literally. The next time they met, more objects would be gone. More anchors severed. The advantage that Voldemort had in patience and experience and sheer accumulated dark power would be progressively offset by the shrinking of his safety net. Harry thought about Moody's lesson on long game strategy, which had been one of the later ones. After Harry had mastered the basics, most people play to the immediate situation. The best opponents play to the end. You want to know, if this ends today, who wins? And if it doesn't end today, what does tomorrow look like? Plan for both. If it ended today, Voldemort driven out, the stone secured, the immediate crisis resolved. Good. What did tomorrow look like? More Horcruxes. A rebuilding opponent. The war his parents had died in waiting in the wings. Also, a stone on a desk somewhere being returned to Nicholas Flamel. Quirrell in a hospital wing. Dumbledore in his tower with the stone and an updated picture of everything. Ragnok in Gringotts with the legal filings already drafted for the Lestrange vault. Sirius in Edinburgh reading one of Lily's books. Narcissa in Wiltshire watching her husband's political position erode and her son growing up with slightly more room to choose. Also, Harry Potter in a Hogwarts dormitory, 11 years old, listening to 3 Slytherin boys sleeping and the lake moving outside the window, with a warm stone in his hand and his mother's workbooks in his bag and 4 years of preparation behind him and everything ahead. He closed his hand around the stone. He thought about the mirror. About his reflection smiling and holding up the stone, the mirror that showed you what you most desired, what you would most want to find. He thought about what he'd seen in his reflection's face. Not the stone, not triumph, not even the answer to the immediate problem. He'd seen a reflection that looked settled. Content. Like someone who was exactly where they were supposed to be, doing exactly what they were supposed to do, without apology or performance or the exhausted vigilance of someone who is always managing the distance between themselves and the world. He'd seen himself. He put the stone on his bedside table, within reach, and closed his eyes. Below the castle, the lake moved in the dark. Above the castle, the stars did what they had always done. And in the deep foundations where old magic had been running for 1,000 years, something shifted, some quality of the castle's accumulated awareness, the half-sentient self-knowledge of a place that has seen everything and remembers all of it, and settled, the way a house settles around someone who belongs in it. Harry slept without dreaming. Chapter 8, What the Prophecy Didn't Say. The morning after the mirror room had the specific quality of mornings that follow significant events, everything the same, everything different. The dormitory smelled like stone and sleep, the lake light came through the window in its usual green-filtered way, breakfast in the great hall would be eggs and toast and pumpkin juice in the usual configuration. The world had continued being the world. Harry washed his face in the dormitory bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror and felt the continuity of himself, the same face, the same scar, the same round glasses slightly too large for his face because he'd had them since he was small and hadn't got around to getting new ones fitted properly. The scar pulsed faintly this morning. Not painfully. Just present, the way it had always been present, except this morning Harry thought the quality of the presence was slightly different. The thing that had been pressed against the far side of it, the wrongness, the other, was quieter. Retreating. Voldemort driven from his host. Months of quiet, minimum. Harry dried his face and went to breakfast. The great hall was its usual morning noise, 100 overlapping conversations, owls coming and going through the high windows, the smell of bacon and coffee rising through the cold air. Harry went to the Slytherin table and sat in his usual place and put food on his plate and was eating before Blaise came down the stairs and folded himself into the seat across with the coordinated economy of someone who has never wasted a motion in the morning. "You weren't in the dormitory when I woke up last night," Blaise said. He was looking at his porridge, not at Harry. "I was back by midnight," Harry said. "I know. I heard you come in." A pause. The castle felt different this morning. Something shifted around 3 in the morning. Harry looked at him. Blaise still wasn't looking at him, eating his porridge with the careful attention of someone who is giving another person space to decide what to share. "The defense teacher situation is resolved," Harry said. A pause. The situation you mentioned in the library. Yes. Blaise nodded. He ate his porridge. He didn't ask anything else, which was the thing about Blaise that Harry had valued from the beginning. His questions were deliberate, targeted, never curious for curiosity's sake. If he wasn't asking, it was because he'd decided the details weren't his to have yet, which was a form of trust. Is it actually resolved? Blaise said, which was not the same question as asking what had happened. Or is it resolved in the sense of, Quirrell won't be back, the immediate problem is managed, and there's larger work that follows from it, Harry said. So resolved and ongoing simultaneously. Blaise looked up. Are you all right? Harry thought about this honestly. Yes, he said. Good, Blaise said, and went back to his porridge. Draco arrived 5 minutes later with Pansy and settled across from Harry with the slightly careful quality he still occasionally had, less than he'd had in September, much less than he'd had in the first week, but present in certain morning moods, the ghost of an old stance. He looked at Harry and then at the table and then poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice. Quirrell's not here, he said, looking at the teacher's table. Harry glanced up. The defense seat was empty. McGonagall was in conversation with Flitwick. Dumbledore's seat was also empty, which meant Dumbledore had been up all night or had not yet returned from whatever needed doing after the mirror room. No, Harry agreed. Draco looked at him sidelong. You know something. I know several things, Harry said. Pansy made an exasperated sound. Potter, you'll find out at breakfast tomorrow, Harry said. Or when Dumbledore makes an announcement, whichever comes first. He looked at Draco. Nothing that affects you directly. Nothing bad. Draco absorbed this with the expression of someone who is deciding whether to push and has concluded that pushing won't produce more information. He started on his breakfast. Harry ate his eggs and looked at the morning hall and thought, this is the world now. He's gone from Quirrell, the stone is safe, and there's work to do. Let's do it. Dumbledore came to the Slytherin common room that evening. This was unprecedented enough that when the knock came at the stone door, a knock, not a password, which meant someone who wasn't a student, and Dumbledore stepped through into the green underwater light, the entire common room went through a visible sequence of reactions. Surprise, wariness, in several cases the specific wariness of Slytherin students whose families had complicated relationships with Dumbledore's authority, and then a gradually settling attention. He was alone. He looked, not tired exactly, but different from yesterday. Something had lifted from him, the weight of the stone situation and Quirrell situation resolved, and underneath the lifting was something more complex, a kind of refocusing. He found Harry across the room with that blue-eyed precision. Harry, he said. If you're free. Of course, Harry said. He followed Dumbledore out of the common room and through the dungeons and up through the castle by a route that was evidently familiar to Dumbledore despite the moving staircases, through corridors Harry knew and several he didn't, eventually to a door behind a gargoyle that he'd identified in his first week mapping as likely to be significant and had filed for later investigation. The password was a candy name and the gargoyle moved and the staircase beyond it was circular and moving and the office at the top of it was extraordinary. Harry looked around it with the interest he brought to all new spaces. Instruments he didn't recognize on shelves and tables, ticking and glowing with the quiet busyness of things performing continuous functions. Portraits of previous headmasters asleep or pretending to be in frames that covered every inch of wall space. A desk the size of a small country, covered in ordered piles. A perch where Fawkes sat in the particular posture of a creature that has had a long night and is entitled to rest. And books, more books, in quantities that suggested a person who had not stopped finding things worth reading in 150 years of being alive. Harry sat in the chair across the desk and felt the chair, deep and comfortable, old leather, and looked around while Dumbledore settled himself on the other side. Quirrell is in the hospital wing, Dumbledore said. Madame Pomfrey says he'll be physically all right. The residual damage from extended host occupation is significant but not permanent. He looked at his hands briefly. I have sent word to his family. He'll need time. Will he remember any of it? Harry asked. Parts. The early parts, before the possession became complete. After that, Dumbledore shook his head. There are gaps. Like waking from a very long, very dark dream and knowing something happened but not what. Harry thought about this with the specific compassion he had for people who had been in situations not of their choosing. I hope he recovers, he said. And meant it. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes. I know you do. A pause. Nicholas Flamel has been notified. He and Perenelle they've lived a very long time, Harry. The stone's destruction, when it comes, they've made their peace with it. Nicholas told me, some years ago, when this arrangement began, that there is a significant difference between the life that is given freely and the life that clings. He said they had decided some time ago which kind they wanted to live. He smiled, briefly, the real kind. He's a remarkable man. Harry thought about his mother. About the same distinction, applied differently, applied completely. He is, Harry said. I've also sent a message to Sirius, Dumbledore said. Harry looked up. He should hear from me directly. About last night, about the larger situation. He is your guardian and this, what happened last night falls within the scope of things a guardian should know. A pause. He's going to have strong feelings about it. He's going to come to Hogwarts, Harry said. Yes. I've invited him. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. I thought perhaps it was time. Harry didn't say anything to this. He felt the weight of it, Sirius at Hogwarts, the place where he'd been a student before Azkaban, before everything. The castle and Sirius having to negotiate with each other, all of those specific echoes. There's something else, Dumbledore said. Harry waited. The prophecy. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. You know the shape of it. I told you 4 years ago, as much as I knew. I know the version you told me, Harry said. Yes. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I told you what I knew at the time. Which was, nearly complete. There was one part one held back. He looked at Harry with the directness that had been the only currency between them worth anything. Not to manage you. I held it back because I wasn't certain of my own interpretation, and I did not want to add uncertain information to an already complicated picture. Harry was still. Tell me now. Dumbledore opened his desk drawer and produced a small stone basin, the twin of the archive vault's pensieve, not the same one, but the same make. He placed it on the desk between them. The prophecy, he said, was made by Sybil Trelawney in 1980, before you were born. I was present. I heard it. The version I've shared with you, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, that is accurate. He paused. The line that follows is, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. That's what you told me before, Harry said. Yes. The line after that is what I held. Dumbledore's eyes were very steady on Harry's. The full prophecy ends, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The office was quiet. Fawkes shifted on his perch. Harry looked at the desk surface for a moment. He wasn't performing the absence of a reaction, he was having a real reaction, which was slower and more complex than visible emotion and required a moment to let it run. Neither can live while the other survives, he said. Yes. Not, one of us has to kill the other. That is one interpretation, Dumbledore said. It is not the only one. Harry looked at him. Tell me yours. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. I believe the prophecy describes a necessary incompatibility, not a predetermined outcome. Neither can live while the other survives, this could mean one must kill the other. It could also mean that the existence of one, in its current form, prevents the existence of the other, in its current form. He paused. Voldemort's current form is dependent on his Horcruxes. On the anchors. On the soul fragments that prevent him from dying completely. He met Harry's eyes. A form that is anchored to the world through dark magic and split soul fragments is not the same form as what he was before. And what Voldemort was before is not what he could have been, or what he might have been if different choices were made. He paused. The prophecy says neither can live while the other survives. Not while the other exists. Survival in the sense the prophecy means may refer specifically to Voldemort's current mode of survival, the Horcruxes, the anchors, the unnatural persistence. Harry thought about this carefully. You're saying if the anchors are destroyed, then his survival, in the prophetic sense, ceases, Dumbledore said. And the incompatibility resolves. Without anyone having to die, Harry said. Possibly, Dumbledore said, with the honesty of someone who is presenting a theory, not a certainty. Possibly without additional deaths. The soul damage he has done to himself in creating the anchors is severe. A soul that has been split 7 times, with those fragments destroyed, cannot simply reconstitute into a functioning person. I believe, he stopped. I believe what would remain, if all the anchors were destroyed and he were forced into confrontation at that point, would be something that was already more gone than alive, in any meaningful sense. Harry sat with this for a long time. Outside the office windows, the grounds were dark and the sky was doing the thing it did in November, absolutely committed to its own blackness, stars sharp as needles. Harry looked at the window and thought about the shape of the next several years, the path through it that he'd been building in increments since he was 7 years old in Ragnok's office, and how this new information changed it. It didn't change it very much. The path was already, destroy the anchors. Confront what remained. The prophecy added a dimension to the confrontation, the specific mechanics of it, the specific form of the resolution, but the path itself was unchanged. Why did you hold this back? Harry asked. Not angry. Just, specific, as always. Because I was afraid, Dumbledore said, with complete simplicity. 4 years ago, when we first met properly, in your sitting room, with Ragnok, and you looked at me across the table and asked things that most adults aren't brave enough to ask, I was afraid of what knowing the full prophecy might do to you. He looked at his hands. I was afraid it might make you into the thing I had been guilty of making you into already, a weapon, a piece in a plan, a boy who existed for a purpose rather than as himself. He looked up. I was wrong to hold it. By the time I understood I was wrong, I couldn't find the right moment. There's never a right moment, Harry said. There's just the moment when you choose to say it. Dumbledore was quiet. I'm not angry, Harry said. I want to be clear about that. I've understood for years that you make decisions with the information you have and sometimes the information is wrong. So do I. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. But we're past moments of strategic withholding. Everything you know that I don't, I need to know. Not because I'll make better decisions than you, maybe I will and maybe I won't. But because it's my life and my choices and I need the complete picture. Yes, Dumbledore said. I understand. All of it, Harry said. From now on. All of it, Dumbledore agreed. They sat in the office for another hour. Dumbledore told him everything, the things he'd theorized, the things he'd observed, the things he wasn't sure about and said he wasn't sure about, which Harry had come to appreciate as one of the most valuable things Dumbledore was capable of. The ring's location in Little Hangleton, a cottage that had been Voldemort's grandfather's, the curse on it that Dumbledore had been close enough to feel without touching. The diadem's hiding place in the Room of Requirement as Dumbledore understood it. The locket at Grimmauld Place, in a cabinet, in a room Sirius had found but not opened because the magic on it had felt significant and Sirius had learned, in 4 years of renovation, to leave significant things for Harry. Harry took notes. He always took notes. The act of writing was also the act of thinking, for him, the way his grandfather's journals had exclamation points in the margins. At the end, he closed his notebook and looked at the headmaster. The scar, Harry said. The fragment in my scar. Last, Dumbledore said. Always last. It must be last because it's the most dangerous to remove while the others are intact, Harry said. I know. My mother's workbook has the theory. If we sever it while the other anchors still exist, the fragment will try to re-anchor. But if the others are gone first, there's nowhere for it to go. He paused. And because Voldemort needs to be in a reduced state when it's removed, because if he's aware and active he might try to resist the severance. Exactly, Dumbledore said, with the expression he sometimes had when Harry anticipated something, not surprise, something closer to recognition. The good news, Harry said, is that I've been working on the method for 3 months. And last night confirmed something about my mother's protection that makes the scar fragment easier to deal with than I thought. What did it confirm? The fragment is dormant against her magic. It's been dormant for 11 years. When I use magic specifically derived from her theory, the protective intent, the sacrifice-rooted framework, the fragment in the scar doesn't respond the way a live anchor would. It stays quiet. Harry looked at his notes. Which means the severance, when we get there, doesn't have to fight the fragment's resistance. It just has to remove something that's already still. Dumbledore was looking at him with an expression that Harry, after 4 years of letters and 2 years of actual interaction, had learned to read. It was the expression of someone who is looking at something that exceeds their expectations and is allowing the reality of it to be real rather than managing it. Your mother, Dumbledore said, and stopped. Would have loved to see this, Harry finished. Yes, Dumbledore said. She would have. She would have had 17 questions and 3 corrections and she would have found a better solution than whatever you've come up with. He paused. And then she would have told you it was good work. Because it is. Sirius arrived on Saturday. Not quietly. Sirius had never done anything quietly in his life, which was one of his defining qualities and which Azkaban had suppressed but not extinguished. He came through the flue in Dumbledore's office. Harry had come to meet him, standing by the window with his notebook, and arrived in the way Sirius arrived at things, a full-body commitment to the present moment. He looked better than he had at the acquittal hearing. For years had done work, not erased anything, but added layers over the rawness, the way new wood grows over old damage without hiding the scar entirely. He was still lean but not gaunt. His eyes were clear and alive. He was wearing a jacket Harry had helped him pick out in Edinburgh the previous winter, dark leather, worn in. He stepped out of the fireplace and looked at Harry and his face did the thing it still sometimes did, the layered recognition, James's face and Lily's eyes and all of it, and then the specific recognition that was just Harry, which had taken a few months to develop and which Sirius now had completely. You went into the 3rd floor corridor, Sirius said. Dumbledore told you. Dumbledore told me some of it in the most carefully managed letter I've received since. Sirius stopped, looked at Harry, changed direction. Are you all right? I told you in my letter I was all right. Your letter was 4 sentences. You know I'm concise. Sirius made a sound that was both exasperated and fond in equal measure. He crossed the office and pulled Harry into a hug that was, substantial, was the word, the kind of hug that contained a great deal of feeling being expressed through physical compression rather than words, because Sirius communicated this way, in the tactile and immediate, the way people do who spent long periods with nothing physical to hold on to. Harry let him. He was not a person who performed comfort with physical contact, he'd had very little of it in his life and wasn't naturally demonstrative, but he'd learned in 4 years of Sirius that sometimes someone needs to hold on for a moment and the right response was simply to be there. I was worried, Sirius said, into the top of Harry's head. I know, Harry said. I had a plan. You always have a plan. Sirius stepped back and looked at him with those clear gray eyes. One day I'm going to tell you that having a plan isn't the same as being invulnerable and you're going to say something infuriating like, that's a fair point, I've factored it in, and I'm going to be so annoyed. That's a fair point, Harry said. I've factored it in. Sirius laughed, the full version, the one that had been rough and mechanical in the first months after Azkaban and was now fully itself, the laugh that Harry had read about in his mother's journals as something that took up room when it happened. James would have loved you, he said, with the specific quality of grief that is also pride, the two things living together in the same breath. He would have been completely impossible about it. He would have told everyone he met. My mother would have been more restrained about it, Harry said. Lily would have told everyone too, Sirius said. She just would have done it more efficiently. He looked around the office. At the portraits, the instruments, the desk. At Fawkes, who was watching him with one golden eye with the air of an extremely old creature who remembers him from a previous time. I haven't been in this room in a long time. Does it feel strange? Harry asked. Sirius thought about it honestly. It feels like the castle. Which feels like, he stopped. Like something that stayed the same while I didn't. Which is complicated. He looked at the window. But not bad. Dumbledore came in from the inner door a few minutes later, and the three of them sat in the office, and for the first time in the 4 years of their working relationship Harry watched Dumbledore and Sirius be in the same room together, which was its own thing, complicated, not resolved, too much history for easy navigation, but managed by both of them with the grace of people who had decided something mattered more than the complications. They talked for 2 hours. The full picture, presented to Sirius the way it had been presented to Harry the night before, everything. The Horcruxes, the prophecies' complete text, the plan. Sirius listened the way Harry had come to know he listened to important things, very still, very focused, none of the restlessness that characterized him in ordinary moments. When Dumbledore finished, Sirius was quiet for a while. Then he said, "The ring. Hangleton. When are you going?" "Summer," Harry said. "After exams. Dumbledore and I go together." "I'm coming," Sirius said. "Sirius, I'm coming," Sirius said, in the tone that was not a negotiating position. "I am not sitting in Edinburgh while you go after a cursed Horcrux in a dead dark wizard's ancestral cottage with the man who didn't give me a trial for 6 years, however much I've made my peace with him." He looked at Dumbledore. "No offense." "None taken," Dumbledore said, with the expression of someone who finds this entirely reasonable. "You can come," Harry said. "I want you there." Sirius nodded. "Good." He looked at his hands. "The locket at Grimmauld Place." "I know about it," Harry said. "Did you find it?" "Last month. In the drawing room, in a cabinet that nearly took my hand off when I opened it, which should have been my first clue." He looked at Harry. "It's wrong. In the specific way you described, inhabited." "I'll come to Grimmauld Place over Christmas," Harry said. "We deal with it then." "And the one in the Gringotts vault?" "Ragnok has been building the legal filing for 18 months, Harry said. "The Lestrange assets are partially forfeit and the Potter estate has standing. It'll be ready to move by spring." He paused. "The tricky part is extracting the cup without triggering the vault defenses, which Ragnok says are specifically designed to proliferate on contact." "There's a way around it," Sirius said. "I know. I've been reading about it." Sirius looked at him with the specific expression. "The thing where you say, 'I know,' and it turns out you've had a complete solution worked out for several weeks, 3 months, Harry said. 3 months, Sirius repeated. "Right." He shook his head. "Your mother was exactly like this. Except she'd have told me the solution immediately, which would have been annoying in a completely different way." The end of term arrived with the specific velocity of things that have been very full. Time moves fast when it's being used, and Harry's first term at Hogwarts had been used comprehensively. Exams weren't difficult. He'd known they wouldn't be, which wasn't arrogance, just arithmetic. He wrote his papers quickly and correctly and was one of the first out of each exam room, not through carelessness but because the answers were simply there when he looked for them. The results, when they came, were the highest in the year across most subjects, which caused a low-level stir in the student body that Harry didn't engage with, and Blaise observed with the specific interest of someone cataloging information for later use. McGonagall stopped him after the Transfiguration exam and said, "I want to show you something," and took him to her classroom and showed him a theory of complex animal transfiguration that wasn't in any first-year text, and watched while he worked through it and then said, with the precision of someone who does not give compliments casually, "You are the most technically accomplished first year I have taught in 40 years. She paused. "Your mother was the most naturally gifted I taught in that same period. The distinction is important, but the quality is equivalent." Harry thanked her and meant it and left. Snape caught him in the corridor 2 days before the end of term. Not in class, not formally, just in the corridor between the library and the dungeons, a deliberate positioning that Harry recognized as chosen for privacy. "Your mother's notes," Snape said, without preamble. "On the disruption compound. I've seen variations of the theory in older texts. If you're extending the application," he stopped. Looked at Harry with the careful guarded expression that had softened, fractionally, over a term of specific non-hostility. "It would be more effective with a base of powdered moonstone rather than flint." Harry looked at him. "Why?" "Moonstone enhances passive magical disruption at the crystalline level. Your mother knew this. It's in her 3rd workbook, though she applied it to different problems." A pause. "The substitution would make your compound approximately 40% more effective against persistent dark enchantments." "You've read her workbooks," Harry said. A very long pause. "I have access to versions. From when we were students." He said it carefully, the way of someone placing something fragile. "She shared her notes. I kept them." Harry thought about the journals. "About Sev says the incantation is about the breath. About 2 14-year-olds finding misfiled books in a library and sitting together in whatever secret passage they'd found, reading." "Thank you," Harry said. "For the moonstone." Snape nodded, once, the posture closing back up around whatever had briefly been visible. He started to leave. "Professor," Harry said. Snape stopped. "She would have been glad to know you kept them," Harry said. Snape's back was to him. A long moment of complete stillness. "Yes," he said. "I believe she would have been." He walked away. The last night of term, Harry sat in the Slytherin common room after everyone else had gone to bed with his notebook open and a list in front of him, the Edinburgh list, updated, the one that went back to his first night in Ragnok's office. He'd been updating it for 4 years. He looked at it now in the green underwater light and went through it with a pen. Legal independence, crossed off, the emancipation filing completed in his 8th year of life, Gringotts certified, ministry acknowledged reluctantly. Edinburgh House, crossed off, the house warm and his and full of books. Sirius Black, crossed off with an emphasis that was about more than legal completion, the kind of crossing off that was also personal. Potter Estate and Records, crossed off. He knew the vaults completely now, had been through them multiple times, had read everything and understood most of it. Dumbledore, full picture, crossed off. Last night's conversation. Finally. Quirrell/Voldemort immediate threat, crossed off. The stone secure, Quirrell recovering, Voldemort driven from his host and diminished. Remaining, Locket, Grimmauld Place, Christmas. Cup, Lestrange Vault, Spring. Diadem, Room of Requirement, next year. Ring, Little Hangleton, Summer. Nagini, last. Scar, after everything. He looked at the remaining items. 6 things. Not simple things, each one was a project, a problem, a risk. But finite. Countable. Listed. He thought about the prophecy, the full version. Neither can live while the other survives. He thought about Dumbledore's interpretation, survival in the sense of the anchors, the unnatural clinging. He turned this over in his mind with the same methodical honesty he brought to everything. He wasn't certain Dumbledore was right. He wanted Dumbledore to be right, which was exactly the reason to be careful about accepting the interpretation. Wanting something to be true was the most dangerous condition for assessing whether it was true. He held both possibilities, Dumbledore's interpretation, and the darker one, the simpler one, the one that ended in a different way. He held them both and didn't choose one to believe yet, because choosing to believe something before you had to was a way of blinding yourself to evidence. He would deal with what was actually true when he got there. He closed the list and picked up his mother's 4th runic workbook and read until the fire burned low. Sirius was in the entrance hall when Harry came down with his trunk the next morning. He'd arrived by Floo at dawn, which was Sirius's version of being on time for a 7:30 departure. He was talking to McGonagall, which was a conversation Harry would have liked to hear more of, two people who had known James and Lily from different angles, sharing the specific currency of that knowledge. McGonagall was saying something with a quality of careful warmth and Sirius was listening with his whole body, the way he listened to things that mattered. Harry came down the stairs and Sirius broke off and looked at him with that clear-eyed directness. "Ready?" Sirius said. "Ready," Harry said. They went out the main doors together into the December morning, Scotland in full winter commitment, frost on the grounds and breath visible in the air, the lake flat and dark and enormous. The express was waiting at Hogsmeade Station. Harry stopped at the top of the stone steps and looked back at the castle. It was doing the thing it had done when he arrived by boat in September, the thing that no photograph captured, the quality of aliveness, of accumulated intention, of something that had been built to last and had. The towers caught the winter light differently on each face. The windows were gold-lit from inside, the warmth of the castle visible against the cold grey of the morning. He thought about the Sorting Hat's conversation. About the word it had used. Protection. He thought about what was still on the list and what had been crossed off and what the path forward looked like, and he thought, not with the anxiety he'd carried in the cupboard under the stairs, not with the controlled wariness of someone who has learned that vigilance is survival, but with something cleaner than either of those things. Something that was about looking forward rather than watching behind. "You're doing the thing," Sirius said beside him. "What thing?" "The thing where you look at something for a long time and whatever you're thinking is in your face but I still can't quite read it." He came to stand beside Harry at the top of the steps. James did it too. Lily usually told me what she was thinking at that point, which I appreciated more. "I was thinking about the list," Harry said. "How much is crossed off?" "Enough to see the shape of the rest." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "We'll get through the rest." "Yes," Harry said. "We will." He meant it. Not as optimism, not as performance, as an assessment. A practical, evidence conclusion reached after 4 years of work in one very significant term and a conversation in a headmaster's office about prophecies and the difference between survival and existence. The conclusion was, yes. Not easily, not without cost, but yes. He turned away from the castle and walked down the steps toward the station. The Edinburgh house smelled of wood smoke and old books when they came through the flue, and the heating charm was running warm and even, all floors, the way it had run since the day Harry had extended it. The garden in December was stripped back to structure, bare branches and wet stone and the persistent low-growing things that held through winter, but it was his garden, his structure, and it would be green again by March. Sirius dropped his bag in his room and came downstairs and made tea with the domestic competence he developed over 4 years in Edinburgh, the tea strong the way he liked it, and brought 2 cups into the sitting room and handed one to Harry. Harry took it and sat in his chair by the fireplace. Sirius sat in the other chair, which had been his chair for 4 years, worn in the specific way of something claimed gradually through consistent use. The fire in the grate did what fire does, moved, breathed, made the room warm from the center. Harry thought about the things ahead. Christmas at Grimmauld Place, the locket, the specific problem of extracting something from a cabinet that had nearly taken Sirius's hand. He thought about the legal filing for the Lestrange vault and the cup and the specific defense mechanism Ragnok had explained. He thought about Dumbledore's ring in Little Hangleton and the curse on it and the summer, and Sirius coming too, and the 3 of them going together into the dark of an ancestral cottage. He thought about the diadem, somewhere in the room of requirement, waiting to be found by someone who knew what they were looking for. He thought about Nagini, which was the problem he'd thought about least because it was furthest away and required the most uncertain solution, and he thought about the scar, which was last, which was the one he carried with him every day, which would be last and then would be done. He thought about what would be left, after. The question he hadn't let himself look at directly yet because it was too far ahead and too uncertain: what does life look like when the thing you've been building toward since you were 6 years old is complete? He didn't have an answer and didn't need one yet. But he let himself look at the question for the first time, briefly, the way you look at a horizon, not to see what's there yet, but to confirm that the world continues past where you currently are. It does. It will. What are you thinking about now? Sirius asked. Harry looked at him. At the grey eyes, the worn jacket, the cup of tea held in both hands, the firelight, the room. After, Harry said. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Not in a morbid way, Harry said. More, there's going to be an after. I'm aware of that for the first time. That there's a version of things on the other side of all this where the list is crossed off and we get to work out what comes next. He looked at the fire. I've never thought that far before. Sirius was quiet. He turned his cup in his hands, looking at it. James used to talk about after, he said. Even in the worst of the war. He had all of these schemes. Things he was going to do when it was over. A house somewhere warm. Teaching eventually, maybe, when Harry was old enough for school. He had a whole theory about what Hogwarts should be teaching in the second year that wasn't being covered. He paused. He was so certain there would be an after. He planned for it so specifically that I think I forgot. He stopped. I forgot he might not be the one who got to it. The room held this. He'd have wanted it for you, Sirius said. The after. Not just surviving, not just getting through. He'd have wanted you to actually be in it. Present in it. He looked at Harry directly. So would she. Harry looked at his tea. I know. I know you know, Sirius said. I'm saying it anyway. Harry almost smiled. Let himself. Outside, Edinburgh went about its December business, cold streets, lit windows, the castle on its rock above the city doing what old things do, continuing. The stars were out tonight, sharp and cold, the particular winter stars of the northern sky that had been there before the city and would be there after. Harry thought about a 6-year-old in a cupboard counting 8 steps. About a stone disc and a carved symbol and the warmth of something recognizing something, and the decision that followed, the first real decision, the one where he'd pressed his small hand against the rune and thought away and meant something larger than a direction. He'd meant, toward myself. Toward what I'm supposed to be. Away from what they made me and into what I am. The magic had simply been the how. He drank his tea. He looked at the fire. He thought about the list, the remaining items, the plan, the work, and then set it aside for tonight, because Sirius was right and they'd both been thinking about it long enough, and sometimes the after required a down payment of simply being in a room and drinking tea and watching fire. He put his feet up on the ottoman. He picked up his grandfather's 8th runic journal. He read. The fire burned warm and the house held them, all floors warm, the charm running full and even, the garden outside patient in the dark. Above the city the winter stars burned in the cold with the indifferent permanence of things that have never needed to survive because they have never been threatened, and in the sitting room of a townhouse on Candlemaker Row 2 people sat by a fire in the ordinary extraordinary way of people who have found each other on the far side of impossible things and have decided, with great deliberateness and without announcement, to stay. The story continues.